All right, everybody. Collars look horrible. Um, um, Welcome. Good afternoon. Looks like it's time to say prayers or keep our fingers crossed that we can get out of the Middle East. So let's see if we can talk about other things. Um, Let me set up get you some quotes. I'm not feeling particularly well, so if you notice that I'm lagging, that's why. But I should be all right. I should be all right. I'm just, yeah, markets are showing a little. Oh no, they're up now. Maybe some good news came. I don't know. All right, so um, what's MGRX? I don't remember that one. What is that one? MGRX is Mango Ceuticals. Anyway, that's up 0.0067 at 3101. Nixie's up 0.065 at 114.5. Next strip is down 4 cents at 246. Mountain, MTEN, I remember when that was, I don't know, 27. That's 133. It's down 0.0391 at $1.33. And Railtown, finally getting to the one of the day, Railtown is down 2 cents, 0.0246 at 0.3154. I didn't make a chart, but we can look at the chart I made the other day, see if that breaks, that beak that I drew. Do you know what the problem is with the pelican? Its beak can hold more than its belly can. So it's 0.309 to 0.329, 110,000 shares. And again, just so repetitive. These are computerized trades. It's not human beings. And they're set up to sell stock that doesn't exist. They do it during the day. And because Ann Wagner wants to protect your privacy, there is no audited trail of trades. They do it in pools, they do it off market, they spoof and spiff and splat and spite, and then they true it up at the end of the day, and they're able to convince the regulators that net they were long. What they do is, as buying comes in and drives the stock up a bit, they back off. You saw the last couple of days there wasn't a lot of volume. But they're always probing. If it hits an air pocket, they pile on. Again, they are not selling stock they own. And sometimes it's back and forth during the day. Just little bits of pennies they're making. But today, if It's not what happened, but the high today is 32.83. The low is 31.44. It's down 2.5 cents today. They did 110,000 shares. Conceptually, they've made $2,500 today. To you, that doesn't sound like a lot of money for all this effort, but it's all computerized, and they're doing it across hundreds of stocks, or maybe they focus on just 20 stocks. But if they make $2,000 on, 10 stocks a day, they make 20 grand. It's better than sticking needles in people's arms for a living. Anyway, that's their short-term goal. That's their short-term grift. That's their short-term steal. The attorneys who work with the shorts, work with the Kramers and the whatever the guy's name at that firm, can't remember his name, Jeff Easton, work for the guys like Rubenstein. Those attorneys over time have built case law or rulings, and they've convinced regulators, they've convinced Congress to change everything. So it's the hell we're in, the hole we're in. But it's not going to last. And that's giving us the opportunity to buy stock in size and to buy it inexpensively. But you have to buy into that theory, which obviously is mine, which is to say, it is all mine. Oh my God. Netanyahu is worse. Netanyahu is worse than any totalitarian or leader that's ever existed in history. He's got a 48-hour Iran doomsday order. What goes through these people's minds? Netanyahu ordered the Israeli Defense Force, you think it's defense, to strike as many high-value Iranian targets as possible as the U.S. is seeking peace. He gave Israeli commanders a 48-hour deadline to destroy Iran's weapons industry from his Tel Aviv bunker after reviewing Donald Trump's peace plan. Netanyahu's goals are to eliminate Iran's ballistic missile stockpile, make sure that Tehran cannot develop a nuclear warhead, and create an environment inside of Iran for civilians to overthrow the regime. Well, anyway, what it means practically for all of us, I think you're looking at $200 oil. And unfortunately, I had a deal, I think it's gone now, 100 million barrels of oil in place, proven. Of course, proven years ago, has to all be anyway, we're going to have to switch to oil and gas as carefully and quickly as possible. Did I tell you Nixie's up 7 cents at 115? I guess I didn't tell you about Finger. I didn't look at Finger. Finger is up 0.026 at 111.5. And I feel nauseous. I hope I can make it through this. I'm taking gout medicine. It's really very strong. All right, let's try to talk about something. I want to talk about what you should do if you've lost a lot of money. If you've lost money, and here's the 10 stocks on my rolling thing, just as examples. If you lost money in G-Bucks, ZJYL, MGRX, Nixie, Nextrip, MTEN, Finger, CRTD, GTII, LG IQ, can't even remember the symbol. It's a doctor calling me. Okay. I did this example before for somebody yesterday, but I want you guys to see what you can do. Let's say you lost $125,000 over one weekend because you were trying to go do a stupid movie that never came out. You lost 125,000 in Finger. Let's say you lost 75,000 in Logic. Let's say you lost 32.5 in MMTLP. That might be a little high. If you lost, what's another one? GTII is tricky because part of it was profit, the rest was real money. But let's say you lost, got to try to remember. Let's say you lost and what's another one? CRTD Vocal. Let's say you lost. I really don't know the number there. Let's say that's how much you lost. Okay, so let's say over the last 4 years, you lost, and if you see a similarity to my portfolio, you probably wouldn't be wrong. If you lost 125,000 in finger, if you lost net of all trades, if you lost 75 grand in logic, if you lost 32.5 in MMTOP, GTI might have been more than that, but whatever, 72.5, and then in vocal might have been more than that as well, 50,000. Let's say you lost in your account over the last 4 years of trading these pieces of Shinola, you lost $354,000. That's a lot of squid. That is a lot of money. That would buy a lot of almost anything you wanted to buy. All right, so if you have losses of $354,000, well, now first, let's quickly do one small calculation. Lang chain, which is, let me see if I can show you. I'm not sure it's here, but if it is, I'll show it to you. Oh gosh, I feel like I want to just, I feel like I just want to, okay, I guess I don't have it here to show you. Thought I did, but I don't. So maybe I have it here to show you. Okay, let's show you something. Let's get this party started. Here. I wonder if it'll show up here quickly. Let me look, see if it did. Nope. So am I on? I see. I have to be on Wi-Fi. I was on Wi-Fi. Or maybe it'll show up now. All right, so maybe what I do is send it to myself. Talking to myself. Because, oh, there it is. It came. It arrived. All right. All right. So I go back to you. I'm working my way back to you, girl. All right, there. I got what I want to show you. This is a typical model of a data center, a stack. It's a cartoon model. So here on the bottom, you have the hyperscalers, Azure, that's Microsoft, Google Cloud. You might be surprised, but that's Google. Then you have Bell, you have CoreWeave, you have AWS, which is by that great logo they have, that's Amazon. And then you have Telus. I don't think it would be a leap to assume that it's possible Railtown either has or will have relationships with all of those. But then above it, above the data block, you have the large language models. You have OpenAI, Anthropic, Cohere. Of those three, Cohere is Canadian. And then you have the orchestration framework. And Railtown fits here in the foundational layer. You see it over there, Railtown? Railtown? Roadhouse. Right next to it is LangChain, a lesser product, but it'll catch up. You know, there's no such thing as exact apple to apple comparisons, but there's LangChain. And then Google has its own ADK in Google's own silo. So anyway, Railtown, I believe, is better than LangChain. You may not. We'll find out. But I think we can say it's at least as good as it, or maybe you don't want to say that. But in 2025, LangChain raised about 100 and I think it's about $135 million overall. But anyway, their last raise was $125 million to my memory. They worked it and priced it. Well, they worked it over the summer and they priced it at the end of the summer, beginning of September, sometime in there. They announced it in October. Post money, LangChain was valued at $1.25 billion post money. Since then, LangChain is featured everywhere. A lot of propaganda, a lot of good information, a lot of progress they've made. They've got a third of the Fortune 500 companies apparently using it. It's on everybody's breath. Your mouthwash ain't cutting it. So I think it's a comp. Now it's in the private equity self-promotional circle jerk, but real money's gone to it at those valuations. I would expect that LangChain's already worth double, $2.5 billion or more. We'll find out next time they raise money. But if we use the 1.25 as a guide, and again, you can haircut it. Railtown's comp is about $5.70, $5.68 a share. That's its comp. So if the Telus data center turns on sometime in our lifetime, after the company gets through with a few more public service announcements, maybe they'll announce something that has something to do with earnings, production, and making money. But let's say that happens April, May. You know, I don't think it'll take as long as June, but let's say it's in the second quarter. Let's say by the middle of the second quarter, they actually get around to making announcements that have something to do with business. And then Telus makes an effort to fill up the only sovereign AI data factory in Canada, the only one, is owned by Telus. They have a year headlong start. It's green energy. It's a half or a third of the cost of any other data center in terms of electricity. And it's powered, the stacks are powered by the best NVIDIA chips. And as they expand within it in Kamloops, they'll go up the ladder on NVIDIA chips. So as soon as Telus starts ramming that through to all their millions of users, but I don't know how many are actually enterprises. I would, it could be hundreds of thousands of enterprise users at Telus. I think you're going to see revenue in that data center climb very rapidly. And I just showed you. Do I have to show you again? Orchestration frameworks are on top of the large language models, are on top of the hyperscaler. So let's say Cohere wins because it's Canadian. It's on top of Telus down there in the bottom. And up there, it's not going to be Google. I'm 85, 90% sure it's not going to be LangChain. It's going to be Railtown, Roadhouse, and that's a foundational layer. And they're going to split revenue. So as that data center's revenue explodes, I think Railtown's is going to come from vapor to knocking on heaven's door. Anyway, if you divide that out, it's $5.68 target, just to catch up with where LangChain was in October. And that's before this whole area became hot, hot, hot. Ole, ole. Ole, ole, feeling hot, hot, hot. Hot, hot. All the party people feeling hot. Clever lyrics. 568. So instead of using 568, I'm going to use $3.50. Unfortunately, this I can't do this. But all right, so 354,000 in losses. 354,000 in losses. I can wait. I can go to Congress. I can hold press conferences. I can get on space calls. I can bemoan how corrupt the market is. They don't care. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Yeah, you guys do, but nobody else cares. Or I can say to myself, I'm going to take some action. I'm not a victim. I'm not a beta. I'm an alpha. I'm a producer. I'm an actor in my own life. So you take the 354,000. My example is $3.50 a share is your target. So you have to own 101,000 shares. Is a little bit more, but I'm going to just say 101,000 shares of Railtown. So to buy 100,000, and by the way, right now you can do it. I don't think you'll be able to buy that when it goes up. But right now, the last trade for Railtown, is 31.75. The ask is 32.9. So let's call it 33 cents. So you have to buy 101,000 shares at 33 cents. I don't have this money. I was hoping to get some money in, but it ain't happening. All right, so that's 33,000. This ink ran dry. $33,300 100, let's call it 500 just to make it easy. So you add that up, your 100,000 shares of Railtown are going to cost 33,000. So you add it to your losses without getting ill, without thinking, what the hell was I thinking? And now you're all in for $387,000. But this part is less than 10% of what you lost. If you look at this number, you go, what am I doing? But it's only 10% of what you lost. I mean, obviously, you got to determine whether you can do it. But anyway, there you go. You now have 101 shares, 387. So let's see what price. 387 is your total commitment divided by 101,000 shares. The stock has to go to $3.83. The stock has to go to 383, and you break even on everything. And I just showed you that LangChain. I've shown you the news stories before. You can go Google the news stories on LangChain. LangChain in October was worth 1.25 billion. You can argue with it. That worked out to $5.80, $5.70 a share. $5.68 a share. Well, if all of a sudden everyone on the street knows about Railtown and it plays catch up, I think it's going to 568. But if you follow this strategy, yes, you got to risk more money. No kidding. But if you follow this strategy, when the stock gets almost to 4, you're in the green on the whole potato. That means, now I wish I could do this, but that means 125 losses in Finger back in your pocket. $75,000 losses in Logic back in your pocket. 32.5 in MMTLP back in your account. 72.5 in GTII back in your account. 50,000 in Vocal back in your account, and the cost of purchase of Railtown. All of it, you're in the green. 387.5. Well, now you've got 100. You've got 101 shares. And to go in the green, you need to make 387.5. You have 101,000 shares. If it goes to 568, which is dead even with LangChain in October, if it goes to $10, if it goes to $10, guess what 101,000 shares is worth at $10? Can you guess? You're right, 1 million smackers. You are correct. And you should sell the other crap you're in. It's not going to go back up. Or if it does, you're not going to know how to trade it. And I'm not insulting you. I'm not insulting you. I don't know how to trade it. I looked at my November, December trades in 2022, was it? Was that MMTOP? Disaster. Nobody knows how to trade. So, not when your emotions get involved. You're not thinking anymore. All right, I want to show you how this works out. This is something you can do at home. Don't need me to do it. But okay, I wonder if this purple one will start working again. All right, so this is all right. I'm going to do it roughly. Why is that not? That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. Oh, I see why. Because I didn't use the right number. Okay. Now it doesn't work again. All right, one last one, and then I'll show you my handiwork. So, for me, which I wish I had money coming in, to deploy this strategy, I've got to I spent 10% of my losses additionally. So I've got to make back almost $400,000, $387,500. And I have 101,000 shares of Railtown. That's my gambit. If the stock goes to 560, which is comp one to one to Lang Chain, I can't read that number. I think it says 573,680, 573,680. And my profit, I'll be in the green, $186,000. So not only do I make that money back, suddenly I'm getting paid a profit for all the years, all that pain, all that crap. I make 1.5x on my all-in capital if the stock goes to the comp with Lang Chain, which I believe is in the bag. That's opinion, not fact, of course. Then if the stock goes to $10, which I think if the stock goes to $566, boom, everybody in the world can buy it. It goes to 12, goes to 15. Let's say it goes to 10. You got on the 101,000 shares, you got 1,010,000. You got a profit now of 600 and I think that says 22, but it might say 55. 622,000. It's 2.6x. Not only have you made back all your losses and the new money you put in, you've the amount of money you invested in the losers and the little bit in Railtown, at $10, you got 2.6x. I'm using essentially my own example. Unfortunately, those who can do and those who can't teach. All right, if it goes to $15, 1.515 million smackers. If it goes to 15, I think that's in the bag. Now, the question is when, but I think that's in the bag as well. Personally, I think that could happen in the Q2, but let's say it happens in Q3 or Q4. Are you going to mind waiting? 1.5 million. That gets you all of your money back you lost, plus your new commitment, and you make almost 4x, 3.9x. You make almost 4x at $15 on everything you ever lost and everything you put in. That is a strategy to make back what you lost, to be your own actor, to become strong in your account, and become your own central bank, to be something that your friends and family can rely on, or at least envy. So anyway, that's the strategy. And then collectively, everybody can start a lobbying firm and or an association. 60,000, 65,000 people can join for $5 a month, pays the salaries, and the campaign is to change the enforcement of laws. That's an action plan. All right. How come I don't see any comments? Oh, there we go. 314. So I'm missing any comments which came before 314. So I'm sorry. If you commented before 3:15, I can't see them. I don't know why. So Donna's my first comment. So please repeat. Pete and repeat. We're standing on a bridge. Pete jumped off. Who was left? Repeat. Pete and repeat. We're on. Hi, Donna. Donna says, go away. Chattanooga Choo Choo. I've blocked you. Oh, I don't. Did he say more, Donna? So I didn't miss much. Here's Chattanooga. When you lose your dollars to the stock, all the hello family will disappear. I don't think I said hello family. Have I called you family? It's an interesting thing to call you. It's not bad. You've seen this show too many times. Turn it off. Go watch MS Now. Chuck Donnell. How is Hamster still scamming people? Well, I don't want to talk about Ham. I'm not Ham. If you're talking about me scamming people, I really appreciate it, Chuck. I remember your name. It's like sucking on a lemon. Sourpuss. Chuck Donald, the sourpuss. Look, I'm sorry if you've lost money. I met Ham through a friend, and I take responsibility for my own trading and mistakes. And I got involved in Finger, made money I didn't sell. That's the problem. I didn't sell, but I made money in trading Finger, didn't sell. So I shouldn't say I made money, but it felt good for quite a while. And then, but that was Ham's idea, Finger, not mine. He came up with it. Now I do acknowledge that when I studied short squeezes and when I was on Wall Street, compliance did buy me in. I would say I was bought in my accounts. There would be more to be made, for example, in Finger. But in retrospect, what the hell was I thinking? It went to 8.97, and I didn't get out. I could have gotten out at 8, could have gotten 7, 6, 5, 4. What the hell was I thinking? But it is hard to sell. So when you call me a scammer, I didn't really recommend Finger, but I did come along with my views that it was a good fundamental story, that there was some exciting things that could happen fundamentally. I met with investors. I met with management. I liked it. I liked the concept. But over time, none of the things, I'm not saying they won't, but none of the things that were projected to happen ever really happened. So you got to change with the times. But you expect somebody who is suggesting that a stock might be attractive fundamentally can predict COVID, can predict that management was not able to lock down contracts of any meaning, but it's not over yet with Pacific like Re and Munich Re. But I guess you could predict that. Anyway, I do agree with you, if that's what you're saying, that I liked Finger motion. But after about $1, probably less than that, but after $1 or so, maybe it was a little higher, I never said, hey, you should run out and buy this. It's too expensive. But 20, 30, 40, 50 cents. Anyway, the other thing I did with Finger is I did draw a lot of charts where I thought if it did squeeze, it could do, and you can go Google this yourself, Chuck Donald. I know you're busy with your motorcycles and being a sourpuss, but if you want to go back and look at previous squeezes, you can see how they trade. And roughly, to my memory, from the breakout, the smallest gain was 10x. The highest gains were 50 and 65x. But in the middle there, 15 to 30x happened almost every time. And I remember talking about that. I don't think I was ever scamming anybody. I gave my sources and I said, if a squeeze comes, this could happen. It never came, Chuck. Never came. Now, I left Wall Street to go to London. I mean, there was a little bit of space, but I went to London in – 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20 93 maybe. And a group of us, well, it's two at first, then it was three, and then it expanded. But we started a small investment bank, private equity firm. I wanted to start a fund, but no one was doing it. It was kind of before hedge funds became all the rage. My friend didn't want to be a suit, so we referred all of our investors to one guy in my old office who's doing very well. But we didn't really lock up the money. We did it deal by deal by deal by deal by deal. But we did a lot. The last time I was actively involved, I think the number, and I wasn't part of every transaction, but I think we, raised over 350, 400, over 400 million in many deals, many different industries, mostly out of the Middle East. And a lot of our transactions were in what was called high tech back then. And when the crash in high tech happened in the early 2000s, that wiped out a lot of people. But the basic ratio of that ring is true in private equity or in venture capital investing. You invest in 12 deals, and 6 are going to be flat. 2 or 3 are going to either give you, a kind of good return, or they're going to lose a little bit. And then 1 or 2 are going to give you really kind of nice returns, but one's going to be a home run. And we met that pretty much. But I can't remember all the deals. We did everything from, we did a lot of different stuff. And my point of bringing that up is I left Wall Street before Bill Clinton changed the UCC Section 8 from when you buy securities, you own a security, to when you buy securities, you own a securities entitlement. And I have to admit, I don't know how I would have learned it, but I wish I had known it before I had drawn all those charts. But it was this year in January or February. No, sorry, last year, January or February, with the Morgan report, that David Morgan, who's a smart guy, you can subscribe to him, the Silver Report. It might be called the Morgan Report now, but it is whatever it's called. And in his monthly piece, he talked about The Great Taking, written by David Rogers Rive. That's last January. And I brought it on here, and I showed it to everybody. It's not scamming. That's educating. While you were, sucking a lemon somewhere and dragging your knuckles on the ground, I was trying to show people that, hey, this argument that Ham makes that squeezes are going to come might have a flaw in it. And, if you recall, that's about when Ham kind of went to Kristen Shaughnessy and another guy, I can't remember, which I think the world of Christian and all that. But I'm not saying anything negative about Ham. He has his point of view. I have my point of view. It's not to say that there won't be squeezes. It's not to say if you follow Ham that you can't make a good trade time and time after again. But you've got to have the discipline of a professional trader. Get in early, let him do the work, let him pump it, and you dump it, but don't wait for 3,000. In the classic case of Finger, buy it at 50 cents, sell it at $5. It goes to 9. Well, you could have doubled, you could have done better, but at least you got out at 5. I didn't do it. But anyway, that wasn't a scam, Mr. Donnell. That my participation in Finger. In fact, it cost me a lot of money. I don't want to go back through it, but particularly the weekend where I went and did the movie that's never come out. That was really expensive experience for me. But I don't want to go back through that story. On GTII, I never recommended buying that stock as a piece of crap from the get-go. But at the low prices, I told friends about it. Not live, because it wasn't low when I talked about it live, but in the 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 cents range before it ran. Yeah. I have one friend sold it at 225. Got in at 40 some cents, sold it at 225. It went to 440. I said, "Are you crazy? It's going to squeeze." Nah. I'm happy. I made my money. I'll wait for something else. Brilliant. That is a professional trader. But that was Ham's idea, which I don't want to go back through it all. It had a good thesis. There was a guy that was working as a buffer to David Reichman. And then Reichman came out of wherever he had been to come take control again. I warned everybody, Chuck. I warned everybody. But very few people listened. Some did. That was August and I talked about it for 6 months. Get out, take tax losses. But apparently wasn't hard enough. I did the due diligence. I met the Trento guy. I tried to really keep track, but it wasn't a scam. I was never paid by GTII. I've never met those guys. Logic is one that I feel a little more hurt about for people and myself. But I met Brent's son, I don't know, 3-4 times. I think he's hardworking. I think he's honest. He put his own money at risk. They had a good strategy. But in retrospect, I think Peter Boards was in on it, even though he's supposedly respectable. I could be wrong. But I do think that Aubrey advisors and Chadron advisors and their attorneys set up a sting operation on Logic and on what became Collective Audience. I believe they took 150,000 out of the market. And I fought it. I wrote emails. I made phone calls. I got on calls. It was a nightmare. I had no impact on the decision making. And you're going to blame me on this scam because you have a brain about the size of the intake valve on your motorcycle. But if it helps you know, I lost everything in that. There's still a chance, if you believe the bullshit, there's still a chance that Logic will go to 20 cents. But I think Logic was set up by the criminals at Aubrey Advisors and the criminals at Chadron and the criminals at the law firms. And I think it was a 2.5 year steal. So I don't expect it to go back up. Created and Vocal, I met Jeremy. He seemed to be an honest guy, a little arrogant, but not arrogant's the wrong word. maybe he was just busy and focused. But when I first met him, he just walked right by me as I tried to say hi. But then he was very kind later, came up, said, we'd like to do an interview, whatever the hell. But I did do an interview on that, highlighting his speech, which I thought took courage, talking about uh, counterfeiting of shares in front of all these overpaid wankers. But I think at the end of the day, Jeremy was either stupid, he was either really close to Jeff Easton in ways we don't understand, or he was in on it. I don't know. But there was some ways to get out. But with that, I lost money in that stock. I never recommended buying it, but I think it was one of the ones that I drew charts on before. And I didn't do that for very long. I think I did that for about 3 or 4 months, maybe a little longer. I don't know. In my memory, it's all along. And then I don't know what other one you're saying I'm scamming. I think people made money in Nixie when I first recommended it. I think people made money in Finger when I told them to sell or sell calls if they listened to me. I think people have made money in silver and Sprott Physical Silver Trust. I think people made money. They haven't made money in Railtown yet. They haven't made money in Railtown. On the other hand, one guy sold his ZJYL, I think that's what it was, and bought Railtown at around the price it is today, maybe a little cheaper. So he has a massive position in Railtown while ZJL went down. I don't think that's scamming. I'm not being paid by Railtown. What's the benefit to me, Chucky? Sourpuss, what's the benefit to me? What am I scamming? What am I scamming? Who's paying you? Or are you just being a crybaby? Look, Chuck, I understand you lost money and it pisses you off. And you can't blame yourself, because when you look in the mirror, you see a strong guy, maybe a couple of tattoos, jean jacket, you own a bunch of motorcycles, and you're cocksure. But maybe you should look in the mirror. You had a chance to trade out. So did I. I had a chance to trade out. I effed up. I don't blame anybody. Don't blame Ham. I do blame the system being corrupt. It's not honest. And it doesn't give anybody a fair shake. It is that. If you're in one of these stocks and they go up, you better get out. But it's hard emotionally to do. But Railtown's not one of those stocks. What's the big difference between Railtown? We got a minute to go. 30.3064 to 0.323, 22.5 by 43.5, all fake, 53.5, all fake, 113,200 shares is the last trade, 350 shares. 350 shares somebody just had to get out of. So the stock is 0.0239, down 7%, 31.61. It's about to close. We'll see how it closes. Well, a watch pot never boils. So anyway, the difference between Railtown and GDC, for example, okay, it closed at 31.61, down 0.0239, down 7%. The 113,210 shares volume, and the last trade was 350 shares at 31.61. So 350, about $100, $130 priced the whole complex. That's what Chuck is sucking his lemons over. Of course, he doesn't own it. It's just a negativo. So anyway, Chuck, what's different between Railtown and these other stocks? Do you see anyone promoting Railtown? Do you see Railtown paying anybody? Do you see them coming up with the Trento Mines deal? Do you see them buying a law firm that's bullshit? Do you see them merging in some sort of crypto coin crap? Do you see them announcing they have a big billionaire buying and they're going to put money, they're going to put their crypto in and they're going to buy real estate, it's going to cash flow, and they've got the best giveaway app in the planet? Do you see any of that crap? I don't. What happened with Railtown, it's unfortunate. The North American markets are completely set up for about 50 guys, 20 guys, to steal everything that you put up in stocks. You've really got a hit and run. If you stay even longer than half a day, you're going to lose money. And you know the reasons, Chuck, unless you just have been so full of self-pity and anger at everyone, you're not studying it or thinking it. But the reasons are there's no uptick rule anymore. There's the Merrill Lynch rule, which is any stock under $5 cannot be solicited by brokers to have their clients to buy. Institutions don't buy shares under $5, probably under $7, $10. If you're under $5, there's no research. If you bring your account into one of the big bulge firms, they'll tell you to get rid of that stock. There's no institutional holdings of those shares. There's no trading desks. There's no natural buying from Wall Street or anywhere else to counteract the criminal activity. There's no enforcement of securities laws. There's no enforcement of locate laws, delivery laws. So if you have a fail to locate or a fail to deliver, no one gives a shit. And they sell stock all the way down. They hire people like Mark Bazile, who settles and makes a great living, by the way. But the shareholders get wiped out. And the Kirk Kramer walks away free so he can walk around like John Gotti at the Atlantic conference that I saw him in. And you blame that on me. Did you fall off a motorcycle, hit your head? Or do you have a brain? Do you have balls? Do you have a spine? All that muscle that you have, why don't you act? Instead of crying and accusing other people, why don't you take out a list? Write down your losses. Sell a motorcycle. Buy 30,000, 50,000 shares of Railtown. Better yet, buy 100,000 shares of Railtown. Don't wait too long. Don't wait too long. I don't think you have more than March to buy it, to get it done. But buy Railtown and you can make all your money back. Why is Railtown different? Do you see the company promoting themselves? Do you see the company hiring promo guys on Twitter? I don't. It's no different than the other companies in the sense that the criminals sell stock they don't own with the blessing of Goldman Sachs, Stevie Cohen, Ann Wagner, Congress, the SEC, FINRA, and you blame me? I'm trying to show you a way, Chuck, and I would say the fact that you signed in here, I don't know why you did, just to hurl an accusation at me that I'm scamming people, but you're signing in. You have the balls to do that. Why don't you sit down and write down all the losses you had, divided by $4, and then that's how many shares of Railtown you buy. When the stock goes to 5, you're in the green. And then you can stop whining and complaining. And if it works, maybe you'll tell me I'm scamming you. But everybody here, I don't have an arrangement with them. I'm not earning anything. I do this so long I can't even afford to get a effing haircut. Because I'm seeing it through. What the shorts count on is people like you giving up, being a pussy. But I'm sharing it with you, Chuck. I would not like nothing better that if you could sit down and instead of moaning and groaning, you could do a little due diligence on Railtown and buy it while it's cheap. What happened with Railtown, Chucky, is on February 8th, they announced they were going to buy AIP Partners. It took till November for that, quote unquote, my quote, quiet period to that excuse for the quiet period to end. But in the meantime, they signed a deal with Telus. Do you know who Telus is, Chucky? Telus is a $30 billion telecom company, one of the top 3, if not the top 2 in Canada. Do you know what Telus has in Rimouski? They have the first sovereign AI data center factory in Canada. It's built with the state-of-the-art NVIDIA chips. Do you know what an AI stack is, Chuck? Probably don't. So enamored of a motorcycle. Here's the stack. Do you see GDC in there? Do you see Finger in there? Do you see GTII in there? Do you see Vocal in there? Do you see MMAT in there? No, of course not. This is an industry. The wind is behind the back of Railtown. Railtown is that orchestration layer or the critical piece of it at Rimouski. Now, we may find out there's some other things in there and there's some competition. That's yet to be seen. But as far as I know, Railtown is that orchestration and control layer. Do you know how much NVIDIA is going to make in revenue this year on their chips? And well, as they exit the year, revenue, 1 trillion with a T, Chucky, 1 trillion. Do you know what the critical part that makes their chips valuable? Data centers and data stacks. Do you know what's the critical part for users to get the benefit out of the data center? It's the orchestration layer. It's what Railtown does. Now, is Railtown a Johnny-come-lately? Is Railtown just trying to tag on like G-Bucks did? Well, we've got Bitcoin. We got gold. No, they started 7 years ago. 2 guys, Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini. They met, say, you know, all that software we did, do you notice that there was never this, and this? Yeah, let's fix that. Well, better yet, why don't we fix it for when AI, they didn't use this language, AI 1.0 turned into AI 2.0. When after all the data centers, AI 1.0 is collecting all the information in the world and getting that set up, AI 2.0 is using it for everybody, for everything. And you think that's a scam? Why don't you just suck your thumb for the next 5 years and bemoan the ideas Ham gave you, which you could have made money in? Blame it on me. I'm not Ham. But I'm not distancing myself. I'm not trying to say anything negative about him either. You have an opportunity to make, according to James Altucher, in his piece, promotional piece of almost a year ago, AI 2.0, that's his term, is going to create more wealth than crypto. It's going to make crypto look like a ripple. That's his quote. I have it in one of my notebooks. James Altucher says this whole transformation of AI is the greatest technological transformation in 150 years. I think he's talking about the rails, but I don't know. I would talk about oil, but whatever. 150 years. And what you're gonna do is sit there with your one thumb up your ass and the other thumb you're gonna suck on it instead of acting. Why don't you act? Why don't you get out of your slumber full of hate and regret and bemoaning and a shot of whiskey at night? Why don't you break away from that? Tonight or tomorrow morning, write down your losses. Divide it by 3, divide it by 5, pick a number. That's the number of shares that you need to buy in Railtown. Buy it. Get it done before Monday. Get it done before Friday. Look up LangChain. If you know how to use a computer, just Google it. LangChain. Say LangChain recent funding. You'll find out that Sequoia, Benchmark, IVF or IFV, and about 8 others funded LangChain. Post money, $1.25 billion. Look up Railtown. Look at the outstanding shares, 213 million. Add a little bit for the warrants and employee options. Divide 1.25 by, say, 225 million shares. Find out what that arithmetic gives you. Gives you $5.50 just to go equivalent to LangChain. Now you're going to say, well, if it's so great, it'd already be there. Why would that be? Why would that be? In February, Railtown announced that they were buying AIP. In the announcement, they said MOU, acquire, LOI. In the body of it, they said Canaccord Genuity. They said weeks. So the shorts knew. All we have to do, it's all computerized, by the way. But you call me the scammer? They're the scammers. They start selling it down to break up the deal. They make money then. Or if the deal gets done and Canaccord finances it, the financing is down at such a low price, it destroys the cap table. That's their MO. That's what they do. But you know what? In this case, when Corey and Marwan met 7 years ago, they spent 6 months writing a white paper. They called Microsoft first because they had sold a company to them. Hey, is anybody doing this in your shop? No, but that sounds great. Are you going to do it? No. Would you help us out? Yeah, write it up. They wrote it, brought it to Microsoft, and Microsoft said, we love this. What can we do to help? And from the jump, Railtown's been embedded in all of Microsoft's products. Does that sound like GTII to you? Does that sound like GDC to you, Chucky? It's not. You're right. It isn't. It isn't. So what the computers did is they started selling. But guess what? There's not a word for it. My word, quiet period. All the buyers can't buy. They have to sign NDAs. They're being pitched the deal. They have to sign an NDA. They're being brought in, the bankers and the analysis of it. They have to sign NDA. They can't buy. It's material, non-public information. The buyers are gone, the mice play. And you call me a scammer. So that went on for a long time. I really think the reason was the attorneys they got, I think the regulators and the attorneys are possibly incentivized to help the criminals because that's where all the money is. But you know, you can't accuse anybody of that. But it just slow walked. It took till November to close that deal. So the buyers were missing from February to November, the buyers that know. And this selling just happens constantly. Well, guess what, Chuck? While you're sucking your thumb and blaming me for your losses because you think I'm ham, we've built a position here of approximately 18,500,000 shares of Railtown. You know, if Railtown goes to $10, let's say Railtown goes to $12, that's $200 million that this group is going to have. $200 million at 10 or 12 or 15 while you're sucking your pitiful thumb. Woe is me. Telling people I scam them. And you don't even know my name. These investors are acting and they're doing something to change your life. Now, you're going to blame me because it's a scam that in June I was in an urgent mode, and I've been in an urgent mode on it all the way up until, except for August. And then as soon as it broke down at the end of November, I wasn't urgent in December. I probably wasn't all that urgent at the beginning of January. But I've been wrong in terms of that urgency. But like I said yesterday, Chuck, you probably get on those long rides. Maybe you have a boy behind you on your motorcycle, a young man. I doubt a woman would get there. And you're driving and the guy keeps hitting you on the shoulder. Hey, are we there yet? I want to take a leak. No. We're getting there. We're getting there. Hey, can we stop? Can we stay at a motel? No. We're almost there. We're almost there. And you're driving from, I don't know what godforsaken town you're in, but you're driving from Bakersfield up to San Francisco. And you keep telling him, we're almost there. We're almost there. We're almost there. But you're going north. Well, you're wrong all that time. I mean, in that case, on purpose, but you're wrong. But eventually, when you say we're almost there, you're right. And I think what's going to happen with Railtown now is we are almost there. Why, Chuck? Why? Tell me if this is a scam, Chuck. Tell me. I mean, you figure it out. You're the genius. Just look at one number. Don't look at anything else. Railtown and Telus are sitting in a tree. They're KYSING. Railtown and Telus have signed. It's in. Of course, you don't do work, but they've signed they're in a relationship together. It's a revenue sharing deal. It's in interviews and it's in presentations. Railtown bought AIP Network Partners. The AIP network is 200 companies, approximately. You're going to call me a scammer if it's 193. 200 companies, approximately, doing 500 million a year in ARR, and probably spend, probably, we don't know exactly, probably spending at least 200 million a year at other hyperscalers, because the 200 companies are AI software companies. They create AI to help their clients, and that AI has to reside somewhere. The data center is where? The hyperscaler. So just ignore Telus's own clients, ignore the rest of the world. Just look at one customer. Railtown has a revenue share at the Telus data center. Railtown owns AIP network. They don't own this revenue, they own the network. It's a roll-up strategy, but that's going to confuse you. So the spend is 200 million. Railtown owns this. They're going to direct this 200 million in annual spend. They're going to direct it where? To the Telus factory. Why? Because they get a revenue split. Is that hard for you? That's probably hard for you to understand. So they're going to send that 200 million to Telus. We don't know the split. I always assume 20%. It could be 30%, could be 15%. I don't think it's 10%. But at 20%, Chuck, at 20%, that's 40 million in ARR to Railtown, 40 million. With one, now this won't happen in 1 week, but it'll start happening maybe in April, but this will be what's clear to analysts, and this is sticky. Once you move, you stay. With this one client, they'll make more money than Finger Motion. Finger Motion, let's just, Finger Motion has a market cap right now of 68 million. So that's kind of low. 68.9 million divided by 35 in revenue. That's only 2x. Let's use that multiple. Why don't we use that multiple? Why don't we use Finger Motion's multiple on 40 million in revenue? I think it's going to be right where it is, but let's just do it. Finger Motion's multiple is 2x times revenue. So it's 40 million. That'd be 80 million divided by 213 million shares outstanding. Again, that's approximate. So that's 37.50. So using Finger Motion's multiple, just on that one contract, Railtown at 2x, it should be worth 37.50 a share. Is trading below that. So I would argue Railtown offers much more upside. The wind's at their back. It's the hottest it's software, which is the largest market in the world. All software ever written, even that shit on your motorcycle, has to be replaced from SDKs to ADKs. That's a 2x. Well, what if the 40 million goes off at 25x, which is probably low side of the multiples right now in AI, in the orchestration framework? That's $1 billion. Divided by 213. That's $4.69. On that one contract. What if it goes off at 50x or 75x? LangChain went off at over 80x. Well, pretty simple. 938. And this would be times 1.5 and $14.08. That's on one contract. That's just on the AIP 40 million revenue they control. Just one contract. 2x, it's basically where the stock's trading now, 2x. 25x, the stock will be 464, just on that one contract. It's many contracts, but that one group of customers. 50x, it goes to $9. 75x, it goes to 14. These are real X's. Now, let me show you something, Chuck, and then I'm going to move on from you. Darren Entwistle, he's a big scammer, isn't he, Darren Entwistle, the CEO of Telus? He's a notorious scammer. Darren Entwistle, on his third quarter call, said he has a partnership with Railtown. Fourth quarter call, he didn't do it. But both times he said, Telus is, I forget what it's called, digital, its division that has these data centers. Their goal is to generate $2 billion in revenue from AI enabling technologies that they have, primarily, or he said majority, he used some word descriptive, but leaning heavily on the data centers. I can't imagine what else it is other than the data centers. So that's $2 billion by 2028. So let's just say exiting 2027. Let's call it 2028. That is in a framework that an analyst can project, and then you're going to see it show up in the stock price. $2 billion. But let's just use $1 billion. Take 50% off because you don't know exactly where the revenue is coming from. And you can use whatever you want. $1 billion in ARR at Rimouski Data Center. $1 billion. You think Darren Entwistle is a scammer? You might be right. You'd be the first one to pick that up. When you divide that, when you multiply that by, let's say, a 20% split still goes to Railtown. I don't know. Could be 15, could be 25, could be 30. But let's pick 20. We don't know it for sure. You can always adjust this. You be negative. You tend toward the negative. Be negative. But that's up to you. That gives 200 million in ARR to Railtown, 200 million in AR to Railtown every year. Once it moves, once it happens, it never goes back. Guess what, Chuck? It's 100%. What's up, Chuck? It's 100% profit. They don't have to spend any more money. They scale, their product's ready, and as Telus drives the business, it ramps, they don't have to spend any money. It's 100% profit. So they make $200 million off of this per year, potentially. It's gross revenue, it's net revenue, it's cash flow, and it's profit. Does that sound different than GTII, Chucky? Now, if you divide that by 213,000 shares, that's just that one area. That's ignoring AIP. That's 94 cents per share. 94 cents per share in profit, cash flow, revenue. If you put a 2x multiple on that, like finger motion, that's $1.87, Chuck. Is that a scam? .94 times 20x. That's $18.80, Chuck. Is that a scam? 0.94 times 25. That's $23.50. Is that a scam, Chuck? Do you know what you're talking about of multiples in the AI space for orchestration frameworks? Let's just go to the high side. 94 times 50. That's $47 a share, Chuck. So anyway, I'm gonna move on. I spent that time with you because I know you lost money, even though you're a bit of a dick. I think you can make money, make your losses back. And I do acknowledge that I put up charts talking about short squeezes. I do acknowledge that I like finger motion, but finger motion never performed. And at some point, you got to understand, and I called that out. And you got to understand that finger can still work in the long run, but they got to raise money right now, Chuck. So anyway, I think you can make your money back with Railtown. And you've got to accept this one thing, that for about a year, it's a big thing to accept, that for about a year, there's been this cone of silence over the company, quiet period. While first they acquired AIP, and then they're integrating with Telus, which is a big, as Joe Biden would say, that's a big effing deal. So the quiet period kind of morphed. During that time, there's no research, there's no pitching the stock. And by the way, Chuck Donnell, the two guys that founded Research in Motion and BlackBerry, arguably the most respected investors in Canada, other than John Ruffalo, who's on the board of the advisory board of Railtown. They just invested in February in the stock. Who scammed them? Who's scamming who, Chuck? Who's scamming who? Ma. Who's zooming whom? Anyway, I'm going to move on. I think you can make your money back. Instead of being a crybaby, you can be a man and take action, take responsibility, and you can rebuild your financial account. Good luck. Chattanooga, all these pretentious and intellectual like hand swinging. You're calling me pretentious? I think you're being tenditious. You actually sound like that same woman that's full of hatred and bile. Good luck to you too. Richard K., this is a great stock to be on, but it's taking forever to forever. I bought my first position, Richard, in I'm trying to see it in my mind's eye, but I think I bought it right around November 22nd, something like that, in 2024. So it's been over a year. And it feels like a long time. I agree with you. But that's if you're in the mentality of a hot hand, throw the dice. That's not investing, all that stuff. Hey, did you hear? Did you hear? Hey! Did you hear GDC? They're worth $22. It says so in a press release. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm going to buy some at $8. Oh, it's $2.50 now. Why? It's not. This isn't one of those, and this is not a hot hand stock. But let me ask you, Richard, would you rather that they had turned down the Telus deal so that they would have to be in the same boat as Langchain? Albeit Langchain's had a head start. Langchain has a lot of money behind Langchain, but Langchain has to essentially sell their product one customer at a time, although it goes online and it catches fire, but in essence, one customer at a time. Railtown took the Telus deal, and they're going to sit like a one of those fish that go in a school alongside the whales or the sharks. They try, it's a dangerous game. They don't want to be eaten. But when the shark gets food, they don't have to do any work. They get to eat. Railtown is sitting on top of Telus's Rimouski data center. Telus Rimouski data center could handle, with Kamloops, which is all ready to go, they could handle all of Canada's AI traffic. And guess who's on top of it? But you want it, your key thing is to see that it goes over $1. Let me make a point to you. Once it goes over to $1, it could be $3. Now, my own opinion is it's gonna be a crab walk getting up to $5 because lots of institutions can't buy under 5. The criminals might be still selling, but it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. So while you keep focusing on the price, you're missing out on being able to buy more shares. You're not being an investor. You're being a cheerleader. You're being you're watching a game on your phone or on your app. You're watching a score. That's not investing, Richard. That's not investing. I'm glad you're in the stock because I think you're going to make a lot of money. But I'll tell you what, it sure is boring to have to keep addressing your issues that it hasn't gone over 50 cents and it hasn't gone off over $1. It must be hell to be married to you. Honey, are you going to wear that? Honey, your hair looked good yesterday. Honey, I'm still waiting for you to lose 5 pounds. Honey, is that what you're like? Chattanooga Choo-Choo, trying to sound like he knows what he's talking about. Lots of love, laughs. I just find you trying. Chattanooga Choo-Choo, you folks going to have a hard christen. Are you short, Chatty? Chatty, are you a bit short? Lesson. Chess King. Good day. I just bought 1,500 more. All right. All right. Every day you guys buy something, it makes me feel like in a small way, I've done something good. As my hair grows longer. You know what, Chattanooga? Donna is his twin. You know, two things about that. That's very mean-spirited. I think that's what you're trying to be. Um, Donna's a great person. She's had great courage. She's built up a very nice position, frankly, because you guys are shorting so much stock. And You're not very smart. You're not very funny. Chestnut says, so Donna, any luck with your gold coin? I love that dog. Darren Collins says, I can live with $10 a share. Yeah, Darren, if it goes to 10, it's going to be tricky because it's very likely at $10 or $15 that it still can go to $25, $30, $35 and maybe much higher. And so what's tricky is this urge to just take a profit. All the promotional guys will be telling you that. Oh, you don't go broke taking a profit. But you know what? When when you look at your account, we all do it. We let our losses run, particularly after a certain point. If we didn't get out at the high price, after a certain point, we say, oh, I'm going to let it ride. And then it just gets worse and worse and worse. We let our losses run, so they get big ass. And then we listen to the bumper sticker advice. You never go broke taking a profit. So we take short profits. We never get ahead. So it'll be tricky. It'll be tricky. I remember a friend of mine bought Facebook on the, he was all excited to get Facebook on the IPO at $32. That's what I remember. Might have been 34. And sure enough, when it came out, it just collapsed. I think it went to $22, something like that. And I think he got out. He just couldn't take it. Well, look where Facebook is now. Meta is now. So it's tricky. But I hear what you're saying. $10. I was talking to somebody today, like, let me see if I wrote down what Chestnut has the other day. Let's use Ricky Brogan. He's got essentially 65,000 shares. At $10, he's got 650 grand. And there'll be some optionality. I don't want people using a lot of margin because I think the stock market could crash, but you know, there might be sense in using 5% margin or selling a little bit of stock. But Darren, I'm just trying to, my projections are always wrong. But if for some reason Telus stopped making public service announcements and instead used its platform to make business announcements, maybe Telus makes an announcement, let's say at Easter, that I don't know what to call it, but they're gonna jumpstart this data center. I don't know what word to use. So let's say they do that, and let's say it takes off. I know these are some, assumptions, but the data center is built to scale. It's the best NVIDIA stack, and they've been running it for months. But I'll tell you what, Railtown is built to scale. They can go from 100 enterprise users and serious developer teams to 10,000. One, without spending any more money, but also without breaking down. Now that's an assumption, but I think it's going to play out. They can go from 10,000 to 1 million. They go from 1 million to a few million. They go to 10 million. So it's possible you're going to see, again, it's not a promise, but it's possible you could see a ramping of revenue at Telus, for Telus, that looks like the proverbial hockey stick. And guess who's going to be carried along the way? And only has 200 million or so shares outstanding. No toxic note to destroy it. If it happened quickly, another if, Darren, another if. But if the ramping, the onboarding, as they call it, in the industry, which destroys the English language, the onboarding of clients started in, let's say after Easter, and by International Labor Day, they started up that hockey stick. You don't need to see the revenue booked to know it's there. Analysts for hedge funds, analysts for brokerage firms, analysts for hyperscalers will look at the numbers and they'll project, you know what? If this continues, or as they say in the South, if this continues on, they make projections for 2027 and 2028 revenue, and people buy the stock based on that. So, Darren, what I'm trying to say is you could see $10. I mean, you could see it in April, but you might see it in May. You might see it in May. And there's not a zero chance. I'd say it's a small chance. But you could start seeing much higher prices starting in May and June. So it's going to be fun. Donna says, I'm going tomorrow. It has to be tested because the gold isn't stamped. My husband and sister are unsure, so I'm testing it, and that's it. That sounds great. I wonder why it's not stamped. I guess it was done in a souk, and they were who knows? Good luck, Donna. I think it's exciting. Donna says, congratulations to buying rlaif. Everybody, yes, yes, yes. Chestnut. Well, I hope it works out for the gold coin. Good luck. That's very kind of Chestnut. Chattanooga Choo Choo in the August 3 live stream. So he's 3 August live stream. So you're a Brit or a Canadian? 3 August live stream. 4 hour and 44 minutes. He said, that's me. I'm he. The probability of Railtown going to $5 in the next 6 to 8 weeks is 95%. 15 by November, it's 90%. $25 by December is 85%. One thing I noticed there, Chattanooga, I didn't say 100%. But I did not know that they were signed up with this Telus deal. So we had another long period of quiet. Sometime around August, September, they clearly locked in with Telus. And like any smart team, instead of building a big sales force and selling to one customer at a time with a huge acquisition cost, they turned all their attention to Telus. Telus has the ability to turn on a tap and bring 10,000 clients an hour to Railtown. But Telus needs to make sure they've got 3 big customers in there, but they got to make sure their stack works. They got to make sure the NVIDIA stack, the HPE, they've got to pick a large language model, maybe Cohere, maybe the other one, OpenAI, who knows. They've got to get, they built their own Fire XI control tool, and they've got to integrate Railtown. But guess what? Railtown went, everything's evolving so quickly. Railtown went from having 3 or 4 divisions, you can look on their website, to deciding that the best thing to do was to combine rail tracks, rail engine, and conductor all in one large platform, soup to nuts. Nobody else has it. Apparently, I mean, this is in December, but apparently LineChain doesn't have a real time. They might have built something by now, but at that time they didn't have a real time data ingestion engine. It took Railtown over 2 years to build that. It was a heavy lift. And according to their filings, they didn't finish it until January. And oddly, in the February filing, they said the same thing. So it might have been February that they finally finished Rail Engine. Well, that means Telus is waiting for that platform to be finished before, to use a word they may not use, before they launch. So that's a delay. I didn't know about it, but guess what? That delay is better news, Chattanooga Choo Choo. That's great news. Railtown can go from 1,100 users to 10 million users. Well, I don't know if they need 10 million, but they can go to, 250,000 big enterprises. I don't know what the metric is, but they can grow rapidly just by the one deal with Telus. And then Chattanooga Choo Choo, what's so big about the Telus data center is it proves the concept. Do you know, Chattanooga Choo Choo, how many data centers there are in the world? Do you know, Chattanooga Choo Choo, how many data centers Microsoft has? Do you know, Chattanooga Choo Choo, how many countries want sovereign data centers, sovereign AI data centers? I bet you don't know any of those things. I think it's 11,000 worldwide. I think it's all countries. And I think Microsoft has 410 data centers. Chattanooga Choo Choo, do you know how much money, do you know who is dominant in providing chips to AI data centers? Dominant by 90% or more. Do you know who that is, Chattanooga Choo Choo? You don't? Yeah, it's NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA. Do you know what NVIDIA just said a week ago? Their annual recurring revenue is anticipated to exit, forward in 6 months. It's going to grow from 500 billion to 1 trillion. Do you know that, Chattanooga Choo Choo? You know why that's working? Because they have the chip everybody wants for AI. And now Jensen is focused on building the chip that integrates with the whole stack. And if, I think it will, but if Railtown's platform proves the concept on the Rimouski data center, and it won't take much more than a week or 2 to prove it, everybody's going to want it in all their data centers. Now, Chattanooga Choo Choo, do you know how big that market is for the orchestration framework? You don't. Well, it keeps growing. But the estimate I read here yesterday to everybody is by the end of the decade, it'll be 50 to 100 billion. Did you know that? 50 to 100 billion. And do you know there's probably about a dozen players, maybe more, but they're all small and different. And they're Johnny Catch lately. But do you know who started in that area first 7 years ago? Do you know who has the intellectual property file? Do you know who's embedded in all of Microsoft's products? Railtown. Could it be that Google ADK is better, different, more powerful? Maybe. But Google ADK is built to be in the Google silo. So when you sign up for Google AI, that's what you get. Now, who's to say Google doesn't come and buy out Railtown? They might. But it's not like you're gonna build a sovereign AI stack thinking Google is what you should have. You might. I don't know. Depends on the coding, I guess. But the other one that's gotten a lot of traction is LangChain. Well, do you think Chattanooga Choo Choo that LangChain is going to capture all of $100 billion market? Let's say Google. Let's make it up and say Google gets a third of it. Do you think LangChain's going to get the rest of it? My understanding is LangChain doesn't, I already said that, they don't have the real time. But I also don't think they have a very good ADK. But I don't know. I'm not a technology person. We'll find that out. Railtracks, I think, competes with one of the things LangChain has. But Conductor was a heavy lift. It took a lot of time, 2 years, 3 years, a lot of effort. It's ready to go for Railtown. So if we assume, whatever you want to assume, how many automobile dealers made money in the United States? Manufacturers. How many automobile dealers manufacturers made money worldwide? How many brokerage firms are there that manage people's money? Just one? 3 or 4 big ones? Yeah, 3 or 4 big ones. How many luxury brand automobile manufacturers are there in the world? A handful? Yeah. They're all making money. They're all doing revenue. Yeah. So it's a big, expanding market, and there's room for more than one. So even if Railtown isn't the best to market, the first to market, how much of the market do they have to get to be a unicorn, for example, Chattanooga Choo Choo? Cohere does something like 240 million in annual recurring revenue. I just showed you how Railtown could be doing that. Now we got to find these things out. We don't know yet. But if Railtown is a really good piece, it'll be valuable. But if it's a critical piece, it's going to be really valuable. But if it's the critical piece, it's going to be en riche tabernacle. So I think those targets that I gave, I didn't ever say 100%. And I will say that I didn't make those up just to titillate. I had my reasons. There were things I understood may or may not happen by then. But I think everything got delayed because of the Telus deal, and I think it's all for the better. So every one of those numbers, I think, are still ahead. They just got delayed. So if you think by bringing up projections, which I've already admitted that I've been wrong in timing. But if you think by bringing those up, you're going to somehow cause the company not to achieve those numbers, I just wonder where you're going to be when the stock's $25. Are you going to be coming on here? Or you're going to be off shorting a different stock? Ricky Brogan, we had a gap from Friday's close at 32.13. Ricky, that's great. I love these guys. They had 475. I think that's great. I think that's great. That's what you do. That's what you do. Don M., thanks, Chestnut. I'm satisfied with the quantity of stock I own, but I feel like it's a gift at this price. I think you're right, Donna. I think Donna is correct. Chattanooga Choo Choo, not sure if he will read my last post, but if he does, watch his poker face reaction carefully. It will tell all. I'd tell you to go to hell, but I think you're already there. Louis Shotland, could you go have strategies to become your own central bank after our windfall? Sure, Louis. I think that's a great. I don't know if I can't really walk, so I'm going to play hooky today so I can talk about it. I'm not really sure that we can make our hard, fast plans here. But I can talk about, I wish I had a big, anyway, sorry. I'm grateful for what I have. But what I would do, let's say, well, first, Louis, let's look around our lives right now. The number one thing you can do right now is get some small cash in your house somewhere, $5, $10, $20 bills, somewhere. Don't tell anybody where it is. But if the ATMs break down, which came very close to doing 2008, I think even earlier, you're going to be glad you have that cash. So that's one thing you can do. That gives you some security. Second thing you can do while it's still available is buy, as John calls it, constitutional silver. Buy junk silver. Buy a bag, 2, 3, 5 bags of junk silver. They're, to my memory, they're about 60, 70 ounces of silver per bag. But you can buy quarters, dimes. I don't think it was nickels. It's quarters, dimes, and 50-cent pieces. Buy them. I wouldn't open those bags. I wouldn't open them. I wouldn't tell anybody about them. There's two reasons to do that. One, if society breaks down, which it could very easily, you're going to, gasoline and food, you're going to start seeing signs everywhere. We only take silver or gold. Well, if you have a silver dime or a silver quarter, everyone will know basically what it's worth by how much silver's in it. You can go buy, you won't be able to afford 30 gallons. You can go buy 10 gallons of gasoline to get the hell out of Dodge. You can give a few shekels to them but if you bring a bar of silver, here's my 10-ounce bar of silver. They're not going to give you change. So that's That's one reason. The other reason, which is, I hope, the one that is the direction we go, is when silver becomes unobtainable, and when it becomes on everybody's lip like Bitcoin, everybody's talking about it. The premium on the ounces of silver in those silver bags is going to be huge, and you can sell them, and then you can take that money and buy. You can try to trade it or just do it. Buy silver bars that you store somewhere, or silver coins you store somewhere, always adding more ounces. Um, um, anyway, that's I guess the second thing I would tell you. Third thing is a little bit more esoteric. But if we have a global bust and a depression, nobody's going to want the shit in your house or your garage or your attic. You're not going to want it. Why don't you sell it now? Just get rid of it now. Sell it now. I mean, if you're able to get $1,000 out of selling a bunch of crap you don't use, go buy some silver. Buy Railtown. Anyway, that would be my third thing. I don't know about prepping, having food, but you might want some food stored. You certainly want some water stored. You want to spend time making friends with your neighbors so you can sleep and somebody can be on watch. Let me describe what's coming, Lewis. Oh, that's the other thing you should do. You should, from now on, drive around on a full tank of gas. Drive on a full tank of gas. You know, for me, I would have books so you can read in case the internet goes down. I had a house. I made sure that my fireplaces worked. So if the power went out, I could sleep next to a fire. I don't have that anymore. I bought a house near the White House so that if there were civil unrest, the Marines would probably create a a perimeter. I don't have that anymore. But you can think along those lines. How are you going to be safe if mobs, hungry people, mobs start roaming? But what's coming, Lewis, unless Trump gets us the hell out of the Middle East, but I think it's baked in the cake. I don't think Trump is going to be able to settle this war without. I do not see how, and I said this from the start. I just heard Colonel Wilkerson say it this morning, but I said it at the beginning. I don't see how we're going to be able to rebuild our bases in the Middle East. Now, the Saudis are on our side, probably Qatar and the UAE. But I think it's going to be really difficult, unless Trump has some magic up his sleeve, for the United States to maintain control of the Middle East. So it'll fall to Russia, maybe China. They're not natural allies, but we're making them allies. And to Iran. But Iran and Saudi, they're not allies either, to put it mildly. All of that means two things. Oil is headed to $200, $250 a barrel and higher. And I had a client, I guess he was going to let me guide him, but I have a project which I think's gone now. 100 million barrels in the ground. But, whatever. It's going to move very rapidly. And the second thing that's going to happen I don't think at first, because there is no alternative to the American bond market. And if we can avoid being woke and avoid being dishonest, I think monies will still come to the U.S. markets, but uh, I don't see any evidence that we're going to maintain the integrity of our markets. Um, the dollar will no longer be accepted just based on printing more dollars. I think I warned you of this. I think our military is going to be shown to be built to fight World War II. Iran, Russia, and maybe China have designed their systems to fight World War IV. And we can't even build, China builds more drones in a day than we can build in a year, or something like that. It's probably a month. But we're not prepared. We spend $1 trillion a year on defense, and we have a lot of wokeism. We have a lot of 4- and 5-star admirals and generals. We don't have a big military force. I don't think it's necessarily true that the royal families in the Middle East are going to continue to rely on our protection. And I think they may turn to Putin. I'm not sure they'll turn to China, but they might. They may or may not accept Indian army in. There's a lot of Indians in the army. I don't think they will, but they might. But anyway, we'll see how that plays out. So the point is two things. Gasoline's going to be really expensive, and two, our lifestyle's going to change. We're no longer going to have the benefit of seigniorage. And that's where being your own central bank comes in. This same investor, I wanted him to buy silver. Silver has quintupled, quintupled. It's pulled back. And I think now we're in the volatile stage. But I think to build a central bank, to build yourself as a central bank, you have to own gold and silver. Personally, I would lean toward more silver than gold, but because silver's price is up, it may make sense to be in gold. Silver is highly volatile, and if you can't stand a heart attack, you might rather be in gold. But I think silver, as I've said many, many times before, I think in the height of the financial mania in precious metals that I think's coming, I think silver will go 1-to-1 with gold, and I think gold is going to go to $80,000 or $100,000 an ounce. Now, some of that, Lewis, is going to be to protect wealth. Part of it is growth, like silver from 25 to 100 or 20 to 100. That's wealth creating. But if silver goes from $500 to $20,000 an ounce, that may not be wealth creating. That may more be the fact that the dollar collapsed. So we can't project all that right now. But one of the first steps of building your own, being your own central bank, is protecting your wealth. And that's where precious metals come in. As the price of metals go up, and they already have, it probably makes sense to build a portfolio of miners. And it kind of goes down a waterfall. You start I think if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to be wrong, but I think Newmont Mining went from $8 and it's now $44 or something like that. So what happens if to an out of favor sector is as people start sniffing around, they buy the investment grade, call it, companies first, the big ones and the producing ones, and then it rolls down to the producing, but maybe the independents, not the majors, the independents, and then they come down to the more speculative place, but they go through the producing waterfall first. Then they go down and the public listed. Then they go into maybe listed or private companies who are ready to produce or they're very close to production. Um, and then they come down into the projects that maybe most new gold discoveries and most new silver or whatever take as much as 10 or 15 years to get going. But it'll come down into that too. And then the ETFs and the funds. So with the mining sector, it might simply come down to, I've got 50 grand I can invest in gold and I can buy 1 ounce, or I can put that 50,000 in this private placement with a company, and they're may not be producing, but they're on verge of proving up X amount, whatever the story is, and I can turn that 50,000 maybe into 500,000, whereas the gold might double to 100,000. We'll see it. We'll be able to project that. So anyway, we might have to go into miners. The other area is oil and gas, and it's the same thing. My friend, my erstwhile friend, maybe big investor, maybe he had a chance to come in at the ground level on a project level. That's what happens when an area is out of favor. But as money flows in, you don't get those opportunities anymore. And if you're a negativo investor, you're going to say, well, why isn't anyone else doing it? Why isn't I feel uncomfortable? Well, okay, then you don't do it. And you let somebody else come in, private equity or whatever, fund it. And then that becomes a public company. And then that gets bought out and you buy it. Instead of getting in on the ground floor, you buy it 30 or 40 or 50x from here. And then it's public and then it triples. I'm hoping, Lewis, that I can find for everybody producing income in the oil and gas area. But you know what? This war, it's not going to give me much time. But we gotta every day you gotta live with the cards that are dealt. So I think building income attached to resources, oil and gas. I guess that's not really a central bank, but that's what countries do. That's what countries do. And theoretically, Lewis, if you're if we talk about barrels of oil, right now oil's over $100 a barrel. And let's say it does go to 200, 150. Let's say it goes to $150 a barrel right now, and you own an oil and gas field. I don't think there's going to be any fields available anymore. But let's say you own a piece of a public company. Unfortunately, that's what I think's left for us to do, but it's still good. It's still good. It's just, you miss out on that first valuation jump. But if you have income based, whatever percentage, let's just keep it simple. If you have income right now based on $150 oil, and let's ignore the war. whatever you do, don't mention the war. If you ignore the war and say it takes 5 or 10 years, I don't think so. I think it's going to take all of about 6 months now. But anyway, let's just say it takes a little while, a few years. And then all of a sudden, they come up with a new Bretton Woods. It's held in Novosibirsk, Russia. And they come up with a new international currency system. And in the dollar might have an ADR connected to, let's say, an international dollar, but domestically we're left with the domestic dollar. And so oil goes from 100, ignoring supply and demand, ignoring everything else, ignoring war. But with that currency change, oil now goes in our domestic dollar, goes from $150 a barrel, let's say it goes to $600 a barrel. Well, if you had been holding on cash at the bank, with that one currency decision, that one Novosibirsk Bretton Woods style meeting, your cash would have been reduced by, if the arithmetic works this way, by sixfold. The value of your cash would have gone from $1 down to, I don't know what, 15 cents. Your $150 in income off of a property, $150. I can't do the arithmetic in the head. It might fall to 20, being worth $20. You can figure it out on the calculator later. But if you own oil and gas revenue and it's based on barrels of oil, well, that $150, because the dollar depreciated, is now $600. So your income stream stayed at the value of energy. Everybody else is sucking wind because the domestic dollar got crushed, but your income off of oil and gas is based on the energy output of that oil and gas. It has roughly the same value. It's just the currency value changed. And that's before you factor in scarcity. So I think building a portfolio of oil and gas income will be one of the most important things. I don't know if you want to call that a central bank more than that's what a government would do, is try to build their revenue out of their natural resources. There's other things you can do. Get a second passport, because taxes are going to go up here. I think we're going to become a fascist state. You're going to have women running the government, and we will become Marxist or fascist because of that. That's not picking on women. It's just what happens. So you might want to have a place to live outside of the country or another passport. I think you want to get in shape. I think you have to pick where you want to live for the rest of your life, because travel is going to be prohibitive, and the things we take for granted right now aren't going to exist. My opinion, you should either live in a safe part of a city, but cities could break down terribly. Imagine, Lewis, if you're an old guy like me, or you're a boss babe, maybe in her 40s, used to getting everything the way she wants it, still kind of hot enough that guys are interested, but she doesn't have a boyfriend. And she's walking home, and she has a purse and she's got a watch, and she's walking home, and there's these roaming hungry people, and a guy breaks into the building to follow her to try to either rape her or grape her, or to steal things. Imagine if she picks up the phone to call the police and gasoline is $30 a gallon and the police department is unfunded and they just don't have anybody to send to help her. Or me, I'm an old guy. I'm calling, nobody comes. So you're going to want to make sure you live somewhere where there's people around you that can help you. I'm a little confused what to do with cities. DC is a smaller city, it's a government city. And like I say, when I owned a house near the White House, I felt like I would be safe. I don't feel safe now, so I don't know. I would say smaller towns, maybe out in the suburbs are going to be hell. The suburbs will be the new slums. The suburbs will be dangerous. But I think maybe living out further and being close to a rail line. You want to be close to a rail line because that might be the transportation that's left that you can use. And I think you want to be higher up in the water chain of streams so that if somebody blocks the stream, you're still getting water. I don't know how important that is, but I think that way. So anyway, you're going to have to pick where you want to live, who you want to be near, who you want to be with. And finally, I think you have to get in shape, but I also think you have to, as Lucinda Williams saying, you've got to get right with God. I think you have to do that. Anyway, some of that's not about being a central bank, but I think the bottom line on being a central bank is owning precious metals. Maybe you build a portfolio of miners and oil and gas companies, but if possible, owning income off of oil and gas properties, maybe royalties off of mining companies. That would be terrific. And then if you're earning a living and you know what you're doing, do that. My guess is there's going to be very limited use for attorneys, very limited use for gender studies PhDs. There's going to be very little use for economists. That's me. There's going to be very little use for art history teachers. I think there's going to be very little use for portfolio managers and stockbrokers. I think insurance companies may go bust. I think the people who farm, who run an apple orchard, people who know how to be a plumber, know how to build a house, know electricity, know how to repair a car, veterinarians, that's where people are going to be making money. So if you have those kind of skills, focus on it, build it out. A restaurant place to gather, you won't get rich, but at least you'll have a hearth, place to eat, and friends coming. I don't know about guns. Many of you know how to use guns. I don't. A friend of mine in Kentucky told me, he said, Bill, I can't get his accent, Bill, I'll tell you one thing. When you pull a gun, I'm not getting his accent, but when you pull a gun, you better prepare to kill somebody or use it. I'm not at that point, but if you have that kind of skill, you should build that out. But Lewis, I think specifically in our case, I forget how many shares you have, but if somebody had, for example, 40,000 shares of Railtown and it went to $25, I think we'd have to study the lay of the land right there and whether or not AI is going to continue building out the brave new world. There's a lot of things I don't know how to predict. When women go out in the world alone, they're not particularly safe against brutish men. But if you can build robots that go with them, they're fine. And that might be coming. That might be coming. Instead of having a dog going with a a CEO female woman, she could walk around with one of those robot dogs that could leap up and take five guys. That might be coming. I don't know how to predict all that. But I think, is here to stay. And it might be that we don't sell our Railtown. That's my inclination right now, is that we're not going to want to sell our Railtown. I do want to, Lewis, one time talk about, and I might do it this week, or maybe I'll do it Sunday, maybe because the market won't be open. But what if when Telus turns on their data center, what if that causes a rush to buying? And what if Tom Ronk's numbers are correct? 50 to 60 million shares sold under the Reg Show exemption, 60 million shares short in the US. What if there is, for some odd reason, a AME or GMC type event? Well, we got to be ready for that. And so I want to talk about that. I hope it doesn't happen, but it could. But if Railtown goes to $25, I would suggest to you, all things being equal, there's a reason for it. And we've got to study those reasons. It might be headed to 150. So I'm not sure I'm going to say you should sell at that point. On the other hand, that ceteris paribus is a big statement. If the market behind collapses, or if equity markets fall apart, or if multiples come down, we got to be prepared for that. But right now, I don't think that's at $25. I don't think that's overpriced for what Railtown could be. We've got to see some evidence of their revenue and those kind of things. But let's say you had 40,000 shares, Lewis, and it went to 25. My guess is it will happen before the market crashes. But I do expect the market, I personally think the stock market is going to go, I still have my card here somewhere, but I think the market is going to have a blow off top, and then it's going to collapse 95%. I think you could see the Dow back to 1,000, a complete round trip. But it doesn't have to go all that far to make my point. Maybe it just goes to 2,500. It's just people are going to be sick to their stomach. But if you have gold and silver during that time, it'll collapse as people are selling it to meet margin calls, but then it'll recover. And as Jim Sinclair used to say, and then I think J.P. Morgan said it, and there's one other guy that says it now, but everything else is credit. Gold and silver, it's real. And I expect that in the next cycle of gold and silver, you might be able to buy an apartment building. I don't know how big, but big with income. You might be able to buy that whole building for 10 ounces of silver or 100 ounces of silver. Things are going to get, it's going to be an out of wax cycle. But I forget what I was saying about, I think the market is going to crash. Everything will go down as people try to meet their margin calls, but it won't last forever. It'll be like a hurricane or a tornado or a fever. It's a panic, and panics run out of energy. So if you are your own central bank, you've paid off your credit cards, you have enough cash to get through the time when the banks are closed, and you have friends around and you lay low and you can get through it. If you have gold and silver, and maybe, not all assets go to nothing. There's just a change in leadership. You have income coming from oil or natural gas. You have a royalty stream coming from a gold mine. You have gold and silver. These things will allow you, as your own central bank, to be, I don't know about secure. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty, but you're going to be able to get through that fever, that storm, to the other side relatively, and maybe ahead of where you are, but relatively in the same economic life that you experience right now. But the tricky thing is debt. I mean, you could argue that debt's going to go worthless, but I don't think banks are going to allow mortgage debt to go worthless. So it's tricky. Debt is tricky one to call. I do think credit cards are an obvious place. Pay them off. You're paying 30% if you start defaulting, and pay them off or don't pay them. Just let your credit go to shit. I don't know. That's your own call. But anyway, when the crash comes, you want to be able to be alive on the other side of it. That's what I mean by being your own central bank. You want to get out of credit, which basically is out of the stock market, out of the bond market. I don't see any reason why any human being would buy a single bond for the long term. Oddly, I think it's quite possible that the treasury bonds, I don't know about municipals, but interest rates are going to go down the next 1 or 2 years. It seems kooky with oil prices potentially going up. But I think there's going to be a big dislocation in the world economy where it's not just in time anymore. We're going to break into North America, Russia, and Asia. I don't know what India is going to do for now, Iran for now, Middle East a little bit. Perhaps other countries will come up in the future. But for the near future, you're going to have a three-way world system. And there's going to be reindustrialization, reshoring in North America. So that's where your investments are going to want to be. Those are the new leaders in the stock market. Look, after it collapses, I don't think it'll take very long, maybe a year, 9 months, 18 months, but the market will be back up, but it won't ever go back to those highs, but it'll come back to life, because I think the world, oddly, for all I'm saying, I think the world will turn to the Federal Reserve to save the world. And I think the world will turn to the US dollar. And I think the Fed will issue trillions. I don't know. I don't know what their balance sheet is right now. I haven't looked it up. But I wouldn't be surprised if the Fed's balance sheet went to 50, $100 trillion with the government back, US government as well. Not so much because that's all going to be supporting the United States. I think Europe's going to look for the United States to help them. I think the whole world's going to look for it. There's no place yet in the world that in that kind of panic, people are going to turn. So one more time unto the breach, I think the world's going to believe that the Fed and the US government can get them out of it. So I think you're going to see a rally in the market. If it goes too far, it'll come back down. If it saves the banks, we're in a world of trouble. If the money goes to rebuilding our bridges, our trains, our harbors, I believe that we should build, this is one thing that I don't think Trump sees, but I think we should build towns and cities, and perhaps we should have automobiles or electric carts or something inside of the cities. But to commute between cities, we should just have rail. Because in the future, Lewis, and this is, I'm going to end here, and I want you to do this exercise. In the future, right now, there's three gasoline stations on the corner. It's lovely living within walking distance of 3 gasoline stations. I think the high price I saw was like $3.99 a gallon. Let's call it $4 a gallon. That's in the city, so it's probably high, but $4 a gallon to fill up I don't know, I haven't owned a car in a while, but I've had cars that have 10-gallon tanks and cars that have bigger. I don't know, what's an average tank? I don't know, say you have a 20-gallon tank. So right now, to fill a 20-gallon tank from zero would cost you $80. Well, if gasoline gets up in the if oil gets up in the hundreds of dollars a barrel, imagine if you're paying, the next time you go to fill up your tank, I know you're going to think this is extreme. Multiply it by 10. Multiply it by 10. Imagine it costs you $800 to fill up that tank. And then drive around. Think about how many people will be still driving as you drive around. Think about how many trucks are going to be delivering food to the 7-Eleven or to Sheetz or to the supermarkets. Think, like it gave the example, think how many police cars are really going to be driving around. How much can you afford paying $800 a tank? Now you're going to say that's extreme. Well, we'll find out. So then you're going to wish you lived downtown where you could walk everywhere. But then walking downtown might not be safe either. So then maybe living in a community, a suburban community that has public transportation and you can walk, that might make sense. But these big houses in the middle of nowhere with glass doors and glass, and you have to drive anywhere, they're going to be abandoned. Let me ask you one thing as you're driving around paying $800 a gallon. If you're in the South, and if you love going to football games every Friday or the basketball games and everyone gathers, look out on the field. That is a lot of power both the men playing the game and the girls cheering. It's a lot of useful power. And they're doing something on Friday night. They have a place to go afterward. And they have a school to go to. And they might have a job. Well, what happens when nobody can afford that anymore? What do those people do Friday night? What do those people do when they're hungry? I would suggest to you they start roaming and they start invading homes. It's a scary picture, but we're not ready for it. So I don't know how to get ready. That's why I bought my house, but I guess I did everything I could do to keep it, but I guess um, for me, I've had anger and fear and blaming people, like I just said that Chuck Donnell did. I did it. But now I just guess God had a different plan, but I don't particularly feel safe. I felt safe there. They used to call me Mr. Mayor because I knew everybody, but I don't. Anyway, you want to try to get in a place where you can feel safe. It may not be this dire. It may not be this dire. There'll always be commerce. We live in a wealthy country. We still have about half a foot of our soil. We've ruined most of it. We've still got uh, the waterways that make Africa jealous. We've still, that's the other thing. When trucking is the way we deliver things, airlines is the way we deliver things. When oil's $2, $3, $4, $5, $600 a barrel, we're not going to be able to live in that structure. Well, you can ship a lot of stuff on the rails using diesel. It's very efficient. Also, ports. So maybe living in near ports, but then you argue about water rising. I mean, it's a nightmare. You can't plan for everything. But I would imagine that the cities along the Mississippi or the Great Lakes or other rivers that have been abandoned might become places to live again, because I think transportation of goods, but also people, are going to happen in the waterways and on the trains. But anyway, hopefully this is 10 or 15 years from now. But this war, Lewis, has forever changed people's perception of oil and oil prices. And it's so frustrating. Everything I had set up and working on, both in mining and in oil and gas, it's just all going to move very quickly. But there'll still be chances. There'll still be things to do and opportunities. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't think it's doom and gloom. Dr. Helen Caldicott, in one of her lectures, pointed out that if in the United States we stop using dryers to dry our laundry, we could shut down all the nuclear power plants. So we don't need all of the energy we have. So it's just going to be a lot of changes. Anyway, I said I'd end. I think what I'm going to suggest, if you have 40,000 shares at $25, I'm probably going to have ideas on how to either buy miners or silver, gold in your account using a little bit of margin, not a lot, and buying income. There will be private placements and private deals, but then if you take that money out of your account and there's a market crash, you can't survive that crash, you have to liquidate. I don't want anybody to get in that position. But the reason right now, Lewis, that I feel like we probably should hold on to Railtown is I think there's a good chance Railtown becomes a unicorn of sorts. And I think if Mike, the Steely Dan guy, Mike, and Doug Fagan, this other Steely Dan guy, if they are there and use their skills like they did at BlackBerry to create revenue streams, um, I think AI and data centers can survive. And I don't want to sound cuckoo, but I actually think Railtown can be, a $250 stock. That's not part of my presentation, but so I don't really think I'm going to say sell Railtown to go into these other things. What would be brilliant is if Railtown is bought out, it make a lot of decisions easier. But anyway, we don't know right now, Lewis. That's my answer right now. Look, if Trump gets us out of the Middle East and the people in Israel move to Arizona and Brooklyn and Florida and California, and they do you know what Israel's doing right now? They're annexing land in Lebanon under the shadow of this war. They're trying to get to some river. I forget the name of it, Tintonitis or Linton or something, Lintus. So they're taking that land. Ever incrementally take. That's what the short sellers did in the regulatory world. Anyway, that's a long answer, Lewis. Don't despair. Don't get scared. It's just, and I've said it so many times, Jimmy Rogers says in the future, farmers are going to drive Maseratis and stockbrokers, wealth managers, are going to drive taxi cabs. Well, you know what? Nobody's driving a taxi cab. It's going to be robotic. So you want to get out of debt, number one. But you also want to own hard assets, number two. So it's your call. And then you have to invest in things you know how to do. Because if you know how to make money out of a restaurant, people going to, whether you make a lot of money or not, who knows? But people are going to still eat at restaurants, So do what you know how to do. Get in shape. I got to do that. The priest said at the last mass, he said I don't know if it was the reading or the gospel, but it was about how everyone was disappointed in Jesus because Lazarus died, and they're all upset with him, and he came and but the priest pointed out that sometimes we get upset with God, but in this case, he told the men, I guess, to roll back the stone. I'm still learning all this. And out came this mummy, and he told the people to take off his rags. And the point was, God has a plan, and God can take care of the big miracles. But he asks you to roll back the stone. He asks you to do the practical things and leave the rest to him. So I guess that's what we'll have to do too. What I noticed, Lewis, with E-Trade, the cost of margin is so high. Some of my strategies wouldn't work. But there, for example, there's a private deal. It's gone from when they first started, it's now over $1 billion, but it's still private. I'm very close to them. I wanted my guy to go. I'd love to get everybody here, but it's natural gas. I'm not going to say where. Primarily, there's oil too, but they've built up over the years. They built up this computerized database. So whenever any drilling happens, and they're the only ones that people trust because they always pay. But when drilling happens, they go to the landowners, and it's a lot of landowners, and they offer to buy their overrides or their working interests. But they only buy where there's very little time delay. They buy, and the drilling's happening, and you'd ask, well, why would people sell? It's the same as any of us. We need the money, our wife needs to go to the hospital, our son is going to school, and they don't necessarily buy it all. So they leave, but anyway, they build these positions, and then you're underneath these wells. These are $30 million wells, $20 million, $40 million wells that come on like gangbusters, and they produce for a long time, and the override always pays. And those returns are very hard to calculate, because if, for example, if you commit to invest $1 million, they only take 20% up front, and it starts cash flowing right away. Then they call the next 10%. It's still cash flowing. So it's very hard to come up with an overall rate of return. But the income is, you get your money back probably, well, again, that's hard to calculate too. But you probably never have to fund your whole $1 million, or you fund it. If you funded it all up front, you get your money back probably within 1 year to 18 months. Each place is different. This is by memory. But the income is essentially, for guys like me, it's the rest of my life. And I would say it's in the 25 to 30% range. Well, if you can borrow against your account, problem is E-Trade's margin rates are like 13%. That's ridiculous. But IBKR, I'm trying to learn about them. Apparently they have lower interest rates. But that might be something I recommend to people. We're going to have, Lewis, I don't know how many people have dropped away. On the other hand, I haven't counted every share. But if, for lack of a better starting point, going from what we have, we have 18,500,000 shares of Railtown. If it goes to $25, and I'm not managing this. If I'd put you all into some pool of money, I'd be rich. You'd be talking about me and my new wife. But that would be, between all of us, that'd be 462,500,000. So basically, a little higher than $25, we'll have $500 million. If we stay together somewhat, I'm sure that the Frank Benedettos and the Tony Two Steps will come and tell you that this was their idea and they want you to go into the next stock to piss away your money. I hope you don't do that. But Lewis, if we can keep even half of this together, I hope we keep it all together collectively. And I'm trying to set up a company and LLCs that we do it together. Initially I'm just doing it myself I'm putting my friend and investor as half, well, 49%, so I can run it. But I don't know if he's ever going to come back to life or not. But uh, I keep my word. Um, he does too, I think. Uh, but if we have that kind of asset and use even half of it, I'm telling you, I don't have all the contacts I used to because a lot of them are dead, but I have plenty. But I also, we can go get those kind of deals and get first claim. This is a lot of money, but we've got to hold on. We've got to not get distracted by the next pitch. Look, the existence of people like Chattanooga Choo Choo and the promoters, it's all end of the market financialization. It's the sign of the end of the market. And they're not; those guys are going to have a hard time making money. Um, or maybe not. I don't wish ill on anybody. I don't wish ill on anybody. I mean about strategies. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know if I got into strategies, but um, I'd like to build portfolios of income with upside in the areas that reshoring of America's economic power and reindustrialization and the creation of a new financial Bretton Woods. I want to be in those areas that benefit people. Pat M. Hello, William. I was first for once and you missed it. Yeah, I did. It disappeared. Congratulations. Mein Gott. Mein Gott. Chestnut says, have a good day, Donna. Who's this? Meltdown Police. Are you and Ham still friends? Sorry, I just joined the chat. I'm sure you just did. Yeah, we're still friends. We're still friends. Um, do you want more of an answer than that? We are still friends. Ricky Brogan, our total. New total. I see. New total. Awesome, awesome, awesome. 64,800. Awesome. Julius Kiam. Julius just bought 350. All right. Snoopy. Hang on, Snoopy. Snoopy, hang on. Snoopy says, hey, Bill and gang. Back at you. Hey to you, too. Hay is for horses. Hay is for horses. Ward Richardson. Good afternoon, William and RT crew. I see that there are people here that do not understand the magnitude of this software that was created here. This company will be known. This is Ward Richardson. This isn't me. This company will be known as one of the companies that helped build the AI infrastructure. It is just that simple. Buy more cash cows. This sale won't last much longer. Rail engine, that's what Ward Richardson is telling you. Eric Belanger, 2,277. Railtowns, Roadhouse. Ward Richards. Oh, I already read that. Ew, just don't forget which thumb is which. That's what I said. Sorry about that. I don't know. That guy's on my ass all that, I don't know when, a year ago, and he's back. I hope he buys some Railtown. I don't wish him ill, even though I mouthed off. But when people come in here to threaten you guys' confidence in Railtown, I react, and that's not a proud moment in my presentation. Ward Richardson, William, that picture of the diagram of layers you put up here, I see 65 to 70% of that picture is Railtown. Wow. You remember, I don't want to do it again because I might lose some comments, but do you remember that orange block? That's an amazing thing to say. Another way to put it is if NVIDIA is making $1 trillion a year selling chips that are the critical piece of sovereign, leave the sovereign out, of AI data centers. And I think they have over 90% of that market right now. You don't think there's going to be competition from AMD and I think Google's even trying to create their own, and Intel and IBM and China, and there's going to be competition. Well, one of the things NVIDIA is doing is building the entire stack. So when you order the chip, you get the fries. When you get the chip, you get the Happy Meal. You get it all together. You open it up, it's all there. You order the chip. If you're a data center, you get the whole stack. You got to pay for it. That's what they're doing. And if Railtown, here's my premise. This is my premise. Don't know if it's going to show up. But my premise is that Telus data center, Railtown's the only layer in that space, like Ward's saying, that gold. There's the Fire XI, but that's already with Telus. And we'll find out if I'm right, but I think it's the only layer. My further premise is it is critical. That means nobody's doing what Railtown does. Others might be doing part of it, but that's the second part of my premise. And the third part of my premise is Railtown's going to have so much free cash flow per month even, that they're going to be able to hire the world of engineers to keep ahead of everyone else. Those are my three premises. I guess the fourth one is that there's going to be worldwide demand for Railtown's product on data centers. But I even go further. I Googled it. I think that Apple's decision to distribute GPUs, to put it in mobile phones and iPads, that's a different model. They're still going to need Railtown. So I do not think Railtown's going to be the only orchestration framework. And I'm not as smart as Ward is with technology, but I read to you guys an article on there's OpenAI, there's Cohere, and there's another one. OpenAI, Cohere, and why is my brain all of a sudden Joe Biden? Anthropic. I think Anthropic, and this is very hard to put in the storyline, I think Anthropic has the chance, perhaps, to be the biggest company on the planet. Now, I don't know technology like Ward does, but the internet is designed, websites right now are designed so that if I want to go to Acapulco, I'm going to be drawn to this great travel website, like on Next Trip. I'm going to click it and I'm going to view a video and a chat of it, and I'm going to get a deal. But I think in the future, and it's not me thinking it, it's out there, I think I'm going to have an agent working in my house or on my screen, and I'm going to tell my agent, my AI agent, look for last minute vacations, and do it constantly, boom, 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 boom. And that agent is going to go up on an internet that's new. It'll be parallel, an internet designed for agents. So Next Trip will set up an agent website. So the agent, the AI agent that's working for me, going through maybe another AI agent, is going up to some local website, some repository of information, but it's all agent to agent. No fancy pictures. It goes 24/7. It doesn't rely on fads. It's just what works best. Well, those agents are going to have my permission. I don't know how this works, and that's probably where Railtown comes in, so they don't go berserk. But they're going to have my permission to spend tokens. And then on the Next Trip side, they're going to earn tokens. And they're going to spend some tokens too at the data center. Well, Anthropic apparently is becoming the standardized go-to token. I don't understand how to explain it to you technologically. But this, currently in the world, the cross-country and the economy, the size of transactions in the economy is $40 trillion. $40 trillion, dollars and Apple Pay and automatic debits, $40 trillion. Well, if Anthropic has come up with the token that's accepted and all the codes around it, and that becomes the standard on this new internet, that becomes your international currency. That becomes your international currency. And that's why I think Anthropic could be bigger than Tesla, bigger than anything. But I don't know, maybe I misread that, but that's how I see it. And then if you understand that Railtown's role is keeping AI agents on track, that's just huge. It's just huge. Ward Richardson, RT is the new bull in the AI yard. I like that. That's a good one. RT is the new bull in the AI yard. I like that. It's very good. It's excellent, in fact. Jason Harbison, William, I'm so glad you're back on YouTube. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm not going to ever show anything again. I like Rumble. I like Twitter. I like Twitch, I guess, and other things. But I think YouTube's a perfect example. Those guys tried to sell YouTube for a really low price early on. I'm trying to remember what, and people turned it down. And then it caught fire, and then Google bought them. I can't remember the price, a huge price. But you know what? It's worth so much more now inside of Google. It's huge inside of Google. But I really think YouTube has become the world's television station, and uh, nothing can compete with it. So I don't want to run afoul of their rules again. I don't make any money on it in the sense that, I looked at it when they shut me down. They owe me $25 for last month. I don't make any money on it. But when you guys donate, which I'm probably going to have to ask again, when you guys donate, maybe I'll do it at the end of the call because I'm overdrawn at the bank quite a bit. Um, that's to pay for my Verizon, pay for all my compromising on the way to my horizon. I'm glad too, Jason. Thank you. HD Myco. Well, William, I'm still here. I have a significant position in Railtown and will not disclose till I sell, and will send you a copy of my trade. I think people get jealous of others. Well, I'm glad you're here, HD Myco. Um, I'm glad you have a big position. I respect that you're not disclosing it. Um, I do think people get jealous. I notice it in me sometimes when I see someone building. Oh my gosh, they have 250,000 shares, and I'm like, to myself, I could do that. I could buy it in my previous life. I could buy 1,000,000 shares. But what I always stop myself with is I'm grateful for what I have. And secondly, my goal here, HD Myco, is for everybody listening to make a lot of money, to become secure. I don't have any greedy goal in it. It would be fun to build some things afterward and all that, but I don't have I'm not being paid by Railtown. They're not giving me shares or warrants or options or a promise of, uh, you know, my name on a stack at the Kamloops data center saying this stack donated in honor of William and Lucky. There's nothing. So maybe it's just that I'm older now, but I really hope everybody makes a hell of a lot of money. And I hope that most people make more than I do. So in your specific case, HD Myco, I hope you make a killing. I really do. And I hope you hang on to it without day trading. But everybody's got to do what they want to do. I say that not to trap anybody, but I say that because, like Ward Richardson, um, he gave me some numbers that if Railtown were to catch fire, not just at Telus, let's say Telus, let's say uh, Bell Canada, let's say 2 or 3 hyperscalers in the United States, let's say the UK, Europe, Middle East, if it really caught with some government, he gave me some revenue projections that just floored me. I'm not going to share them because I already said he gave them. I don't want to put him on the hot seat. But all I can tell you is Railtown. Let me look it up. What's Cohere worth? Is it public even? Cohere. All right, let's go back. Oh, gosh. Let's ask a question. Value and revenue. I don't know. Is Cohere even big? Cohere established itself as a major player in the enterprise AI market, focusing on secure, specialized large language models for business. The valuation is $7 billion as of September last. They received $100 million at that value. The company has raised over $1.6 billion to date. Backers of NVIDIA, Salesforce Ventures, AMD Ventures, and Innovia Capital. Annual revenue, $240 million. My opinion, Railtown's going to scale to $240 million. Projectable, I'm talking about, projectable, before the end of this year. Cohere's valued at $7 billion. If I'm right, $7 billion. Let's divide it by what? 225 million shares? I think that's too many, but I don't know. $31 a share. $31 a share. But anyway, HD Michael, I think it's great. I appreciate you coming on. And I agree with you. People do get jealous. But hopefully we're all positive here for everybody. Luckily, I don't have that much, and I'm sort of just been kicked back into a different role, I guess. And the one thing that makes me appreciate, even if somebody has 4,000 shares, this is going to be significant. If somebody has 10,000 shares, this is going to be significant. You don't need that much money if you have the right frame of mind to start separating yourself from the asses who are the masses. Jason Harbison, did you cover the announcement of GTC, Telus, and Xanadu on hybrid quantum computing platform? Could there be a Lazar-Idis connection with the Quantum Valley investments? Yes, there could be. I didn't cover that. And you know what, Jason? I don't even know where to begin. I'll have to remember to look that up. I mean, I knew of it, talked briefly about it. I don't think here, I think offline. But I don't really know where to begin with what is the magnitude of it? What are the implications? I really don't know. But I do think that this guy from BlackBerry was brought in. One of the things is it's probably, I shared that yesterday, I Googled it. I think it could be because he's good at turning IP into revenue. And it could also be the quantum, his other company, not his investment company, is either in quantum or in robotics, or optics, I can't remember, but it's very big. And it might have application, or it might need Rail engine. Railtown, Jason says Railtown may play a role in the quantum AI hybrid future. Yes, there's another there's another angle too. Telecom's going to change. Everything's going to change. But yes, you're right. You're right about that. There's some people that are negative, and I don't know. See, I'm not a geek, but quantum computing might not work. Some people say. I don't know. The large language models might be a dead end. I don't know. But there's so much transformation going on. And the money that NVIDIA is getting is real money. Yeah, it's all very interesting. I think it's going to be big. I know, HD Myco, I know you were angry with me when I mentioned competition was coming for rail, but I was correct. LangChain, well, I don't know about that. I might have been mad. I don't remember the situation. I don't think LangChain's much competition for rail. But, we can have our different opinions. LangChain is clunky. I think it started a little bit late. I don't think they have a real-time engine. They do have the propaganda. It is the gold standard in some articles. But, Yahoo search used to be the gold standard. MySpace used to be the gold standard. I don't think, in December, I think LangChain had one ADK. I'm just really not sure that it's much competition, but you're right. And I can't imagine I didn't say there is going to be competition. I don't know. I don't like listening to but of course there's competition. The size of the market by the end of the decade, the number that most projections were around 30 billion, 35 billion. Now they're 50 billion to 100 billion. And growing. There's room for Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, UBS, and E.J. Jones. There's room for all of them to Fidelity, all of them to survive, thrive, survive and thrive. There's room for all of them. So to say there's competition, is that bad? I don't know. I think what LangChain does is give the world the understanding of this orchestration layer, and the private equity bankers behind it understand the space. So if you look up in Canada at the big pools of money, it gives the comp to what Railtown is. Railtown came out first, earliest, first, and best. Of course, I can't prove that to you because Railtown has yet to get out of whatever the heck this quiet phrase is. They've got 11 or 1,200 users. They had that many a year ago, year and a half ago, year and a quarter ago, or almost as many as that. They haven't really got going. And you're right, LangChain started sooner, but I would submit to you, LangChain is a Palo Alto creation in league with New York and Chicago, maybe San Francisco pools of money, and they're trying to put it in the private channel. They got it to $1.25 billion. Next step is $2.5 billion. Then it'll be $7.5 billion, and then they're going to offload it to one of their portfolio companies for 15 billion, $20 billion, and everybody in the private equity chain will take their their annual fees and their bonus fees out of it, and it'll be a big success. So you don't really know how good LangChain is or isn't. I saw an updated comparison, and LangChain's gotten better in comparison to rail tracks, etc. But I read it yesterday, some of it yesterday. One of the things that stood out, Railtown is neutral across everything. It can ingest 30, the top, all 30, all major software languages it can ingest. All of them. It can work remote, but also locally. That's important for vertical usage and sovereign. It's easy to learn. I don't know. We'll see if they really have competition with LangChain. I hear what you're saying, but I would submit to you, Railtown's not even on the floor. They're still practicing their layups and foul shots and three-pointers in practice in the other gym. And LangChain's on the floor. They might be the varsity team, but they're playing against a bunch of JV teams. And Google doesn't even want to play. They have their own ADK. They don't even want to play. So as soon as LangChain's finished Railtown's finished warming up in the other gymnasium, they're going to come to the court. The JV is going to scatter, and it'll be a matchup between Railtown and LangChain. We'll see what happens. But there's enough. There has been enough business in the financial markets to have both Merrill Lynch and Morgan Stanley. There's been enough business in the luxury car market to have both Lexus and Mercedes. There's enough business in the United States to have 4 main airlines. 3 if you want to take into account that private equity is destroying Southwest. But there's enough business for Delta, American, and United to grow and thrive. So I'm not as scared of competition from LangChain. What you don't know, and I don't know either, but you may have your slant to it. I believe Railtown is massively, not just a little bit, but massively better than LangChain. That's what I think. But time will tell. Time will tell. And who knows, maybe LangChain buys this, or maybe we buy them. But I'm not scared of the competition. If you have a 60 billion, 100 billion, it keeps growing. Let's say it's 75 billion market. If Railtown gets 5% of that, that's almost $4 billion a year in revenue if they get 5% of the market. If LangChain ends up with 25%, LangChain's the big hero. But Railtown's still kicking ass. Yeah. You may be right that I got angry. I don't remember. I don't think I'd get angry about competition, but I'm sure I got angry about something. HD Michael, you were angry. I apologize for being angry. That's the devil's work. I'm learning this Lent season. Ward Richardson. Hello, Donna. Let me know when you're leading the cash cows in the holding pen. I will get the gate behind you. Ricky Brogan. Congratulations to everyone adding and holding with Diamond Moose Knuckles. I agree. I am happy for everyone. HD Michael, who won't disclose, I'm happy for him. I'm happy for everyone adding. Jason Harbison. Wow. Jason Harbison. Picked up 17,000 more. Mm. 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 Look at that number. All right, HD Michael's right. I'm jealous. I'm never speaking to Jason again. I'm jealous. I'm too jealous to deal with it. Congratulations, Jason. That's awesome. I am happy for you. Donna says, hi, Ward. Thanks, Giuseppe. When do you think the next opportunity for Dallas to let us know the financial terms, percentages, projections for the partnership, random PR, next earnings? I do not believe it will ever be disclosed. The financial terms, I don't think will be disclosed. The percentages, I don't think will be disclosed. But I don't know. But I don't expect that'll ever be disclosed. That might be privileged information. Projections, that's a different thing. I don't think it looks like Telus doesn't have a problem making projections on their earnings call. They have a Merrill Lynch guy as CEO now. So you might hear Telus make projections the next quarter or two on their earnings calls. But where I would expect projections to show up is in research. And maybe that's something I'll try to do is get some of those research reports and see if there's anything in it. No, I don't think they'll ever PR the deal. I don't think they ever will. Now you say next earnings. I think that's where revenue is going to show up. And so people are going to have to extrapolate. For example, to bring it down simplistically to Railtown, if let's say the second quarter earnings, our second quarter earnings are announced, that would be, I guess that would be in August. But let's say when the our second quarter are announced, we might see this huge ramp up in revenue, and we'll be able to extrapolate it, particularly with the management's discussion, because maybe they only have three sources of revenue: Uniserv, Telus, and maybe some DevOps catch-ons from their hackathons. We might be able to figure it out a little bit, because then we can compare it to the revenue that Telus says what they got and Uniserv. In that quarter, we might be able to suss it out. But laterally, I don't think it's going to be that way. I think you're going to see I personally think Railtown's going to have more business than they can say grace over. I don't think it's just going to be Telus. I think every data center in the world is going to inquire about Railtown. That's my opinion. We'll find out if I'm right. But I don't have to be 100% right. Unlike that woman that criticized me for saying 85%, 95%. I only have to be 5% for you to make a lot of money. Giuseppe, by the way, accumulating, will update my number. Good for you. Shay Viscuta, what are your favorite options for breakfast? A fan of scrambled eggs, hash browns, or Quaker oats? I I like a cup of coffee. Jason Harbison, more attacks on hyperscalers in the Mideast in the news overnight. Companies are going to be taking a hard look at safer locations to operate from, like Canada. Well, you don't know what Trump's plans are for Canada yet. You don't know. And Netanyahu, there's part of Canada that Netanyahu thinks that God promised to his people. I'm kidding. I'm joking. Um, it's a good point, though. Um, all right, line in the sand. We're going to be at war with Moscow. Oh, Lordy. Russia to begin sending drones to Iran. Moscow will support the war. Donald Trump has brutally slapped down Benjamin Netanyahu's push for the United States to incite a bloody street revolution to topple the Iranian regime. Quote, why the hell should we tell people to take down to the streets when they'll just get mowed down, Trump told Netanyahu. Trump feared a massacre. I can't read it anymore. Detrent, what do you think of super microcomputers? SCMI. I don't really know much. Ward might. SCMI. Let me. When I don't know anything to tell you, I look at the chart. SCMI. There is no chart. SCMI. There's no chart. All right, let me just write. What is it? Super SMCI. It's SMCI. SMCI. That is one ugly looking chart. Let me go to the 5-year. What the heck happened there? It actually looks pretty good for the first 3 years. Then it sold off for a year. And then it looks like it did a toxic financing. That's a very scary breakdown. I don't know the reason, but I wouldn't be thrilled with that. It was as high as what, 65, and now it got down to 20, and now it's 24. Let me see what the news is on SMCI. Yeah, it had a good day today. Supermicro sued by shareholders over China-related criminal case. That's not good. They have an indictment over alleged China AI server exports. City cuts its target. Supermicrocomputer sinks on smuggling scandal. Is the market overreacting? Can supermicrocomputer recover from its latest disaster? Reputation risks. Should you buy the what should you buy the dip? Ramageddon arrives. AI's endless appetite just killed the PC comeback. Supermicro's co-founder's smuggling arrest. Planet Lab stock soars. I don't know. I think I'd step aside, but it's up today. Tomorrow, I don't know. I don't know how much you own in it, and I admit to you, I don't know much about it. But it's not going to be easy then for them. If you could stand it, get out and buy Railtown. Then after Railtown does whatever it does, come back and buy it. But that, I don't know. I wouldn't say that's good. Maybe sell it and buy calls. So if it goes back up, you make money on the calls. But at least you don't, the calls might go to zero, but that limits your losses. So you have a way of participating if it has a rally back. But for the time being, maybe sidestep the risk. I'd say that's become a higher risk profile than you intended it to be. That's my reaction. But I admit I don't really know. Ward Richardson, that's right, William. Everyone will need an RT stack Happy Meal. that's it. That's it. What time is it? 6:48. Well, I don't know what else to tell you. Let's look at the calendar quickly, see how much time we have to make these changes. We've got tomorrow. We've got tomorrow. Why don't you stay? So tomorrow the 26th, Friday the 27th, Monday the 30th, and Tuesday the 31st. What if that's all the time we got? On the other hand, we might get April the 1st, April the 2nd, April the 3rd, April the 6th, April the 7th, April the 8th, April the 9th, April the 10th, although there's two of those that might be holidays. April the 13th, April the 14th, April the 15th. We might get that long. Maybe we get all the way to March. Who knows? But anyway, we'll be in the second quarter in 4 trading days. The 5th day will be the second quarter. I don't really think this is going to drag too much farther into the second or further into the second quarter. So I guess I would say we have 4 more days in the first quarter, and I think it's reasonably safe to say we're going to have those days. How many days into the second quarter it begins to rock and roll? I don't know. We'll find out. All right. Let's see if there's anything in the war. I can't make anything work. I hope not. I don't like that Russia is sending drones. Medicine and food, what's wrong with that? All right, let me just look. I'm only going to do 2 more things. I'm going to look and see if there's any news, any filings for Railtown after hours. No. No, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. You search the world over. No, never, no more. It's no, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. All right. Telus, 11 hours ago, unveils a new documentary slate ahead of spring. Bravo. 6 days ago, this is good news. Telus unveils the world's first smart home AI assistant, unifying the entire connected home. Who knows? Railtown might be part of that, or it's certainly the data center. 3 hours ago, AST Space Mobile rides high waves with Telus deal and upgraded price targets. Well, if that's Space Mobile and BlackBerry was mobile, who the hell knows? AST Space Mobile and Telus to partner to advance Canada's connectivity. One app for 2,000 smart devices. Telus rolls out AI home assistant. Again, maybe that's why the BlackBerry guys, maybe they understand that space. Yahoo Finance. Here's how many shares of Telus you'd need for 10,000 a year in dividends. That's what we already talked about that. And then this is what Jason was talking about. Telus teams up with Xanadu on hybrid quantum computing platform. Telus greenlights 10 projects for 26-27 dock slate. You know, the stock's trading like they're going to cut the dividend. I hate to say that, but the stock's going down. It's might be they're going to cut the dividend. Telus CEO's parting shot, $2 billion in AI revenue by 2028. That's the number he wants investors to remember. 2 billion by 2028 in AI revenue. What the hell is he talking about? The data centers. Got to be. Telus and AST Space Mobile partner to bring space-based cellular broadband connectivity to every corner of Canada. Maybe that's what the BlackBerry guys are there to help with. How Xanadu and Telus aim to build sovereign quantum computing for Canada. Well, that's enough headlines. Doesn't change your understanding of it. All right, 6:56, no more comments. Maybe there's... Oh, former Ohio State football star faces decades in prison over a string of bank robberies. Bad decisions. I don't know how to talk about this one on YouTube, but there's a woman who used to be a man who was accused of rape of, I think, a 14-year-old boy, and received 6 months. If that person had still been a man and did that to a 14-year-old girl, what would the sentencing be? Oh my God. Meta and YouTube are found liable for woman's debilitating social media addiction. $3 million landmark trial, which could open the floodgates. No kidding. All right. It is 2 minutes to 7. I'm going to sign off. Ricky Brogan, when the BlackBerry guides join a board, invest. Canadians listen. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. So does Wall Street. And I think everyone here doesn't realize that the big buyers still can't buy. And even if they're hearing the story, they probably can't buy. And even if they could buy, it's a process because it's under a bloody dollar. So when it starts to gain traction, it could move lickety split. And I don't think people realize that. All right, it is almost 7. So I'm going to sign off. I wish everyone peace. I congratulate all of you, particularly the ones with big positions and all positions. I congratulate you, and I pray for peace in the world. And we'll talk tomorrow. Cheers.